Recording in progress.
Welcome, everyone. Today is Monday, March 4th. It's the regular meeting of the San Rafael City Council. I'll request the city clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Bushy. Vice Mayor Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Jens Galati.
Present.
Mayor Kate.
Present. All five of us are here this evening. I will invite the city attorney, Rob Epstein, to report out on the closed session that was held prior to this meeting.
Good evening. No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you so much. So welcome, everyone. We like to start our meetings with gratitude towards staff. Thank you for all that you've been doing. Luckily, the storms, well, they were big, but not as big. And we really appreciate all our first responders and DPW that was out there, as well as everything that our staff does every single day to keep the city running so beautifully. Thank you. We have an action-packed agenda this evening, so just a couple of remarks. We welcome and really appreciate all the engagement that we get on a regular basis for items both on our city council agenda as well as items that are not. And it is necessary. This is so important to us because this enables us to create policy that reflects our community values. San Rafael is not alone in wanting public participation. So it's upsetting that there was a recent incident during an East Bay council meeting where a member of the public used their public time to engage in hate speech. I want to be clear here. Hate speech has no place anywhere. Not here, not in San Rafael, not in an inclusive city like ours. If an individual chooses to address the council using words of violence and hate, while we may be required to let them speak, we're not required to stay silent. And my colleagues and I will continue to call out hate speech when we see it And we are committed to building the inclusive and respectful dialogue that makes for a healthy and engaged community. Thank you for doing your own part and for naming hate speech and standing with the city if it unfortunately were to occur. I'll transition to including a land acknowledgement as my closing remarks. A land acknowledgement is part of this opening, and in addition to the statement, the city continues to collaborate with the tribe over our shared issues. We thank the original caretakers of this land. San Rafael is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, many whom today are tribal citizens of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria. We honor their continuing involvement in stewardship practices that benefit us all. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to a great meeting and presentation. I'll turn to the city clerk who can describe how people can participate here in the chambers.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Tonight's meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube. For members of the public wishing to provide comments, displayed on the podium and the projector is a timer to help you stay within the 2-minute time frame. You're invited, though not required, to say what part of San Rafael you live in or if you're from outside of San Rafael. We do offer closed captioning for this evening's meeting on Zoom. You can select the live transcript button on Zoom to enable this feature. And if you experience any technical difficulties, you can reach out to me by email at city.clerk@cityofsanrafael.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We open our meetings with city manager and council member reports, and I'll turn to city manager Lilovich.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and the community. Just a couple of reminders of some things coming up, a really important day tomorrow. And just a reminder that, it's voting. It's a day to vote. So what we do here, Al J. Borough Community Center is both an official polling place and has a official drop box. So get out there and vote. Another reminder is that tomorrow is the last day to comment on the Northgate Mall redevelopment environmental impact report. Staff will prepare a final EIR that will include responses to all substantive comments. You can visit cityofsanrafael.org/Northgate-town-square to provide comments. Also, we've got a great community event happening this weekend, actually with Flock Safety. And the Voces del Canal are co-hosting a Canal Youth Art Contest, ages 6 to 18 this Saturday, March 9th, 1 p.m. at the Borough Center. And there'll be art supplies and prizes for 3 different categories. So it should be a really fun event. I'm looking forward to that. Also this Sunday, March 10th, is the age-friendly San Rafael celebration for our residents who are celebrating over 90 years old at B Street Community Center. And then next Tuesday, we've got our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee meeting. It's at 6 p.m. Tuesday, March 12th. It's going to be across the street at the Public Safety Center and the Emergency Operations Center. You can watch it over Zoom or you can come and participate and provide public comment in person. That's all I've got for this evening.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to my colleagues. I will start with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. I've been away for a bit, so I will be reporting that I attended the Vivillon Healthy Aging Campus grand opening that was several weeks ago on February 9th, a Friday. It was a wonderful event and was happy that I've been around to see it go from and watch all the stakeholders come together from an idea many, many years ago to a hole in the ground 2 years ago to a massive, wonderful building in our community, which we welcome for affordable housing for our seniors. So that was the only reportable meeting that I for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. Just 2 items. Another Vivillon item. I participated in a food delivery with our chair of the Age Friendly Committee, and we did in their brand new vehicles for Vivillon. We did home visits and food delivery and a visit to the community members. So I did that on Friday, and on Sunday, thanks to Shenji Sakai, who's here this evening, Supervisor Sackett and I were invited to visit the community on Silvera Parkway and hear about some of their questions and concerns in that area. And Shenji worked out to have over 40 people from the community come out. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy.
I too was away, and so I've got a few things to report on behalf of the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members. I am a member of the Marin Transit Board, and I attended a meeting where I was pleased to hear the presentation from Golden Gate Transit on the new transit center, so that I will be well prepared for tonight's presentation. I also attended a board meeting of the Central Marin Sanitation Agency. We approved our final action plan for several issues related to plant improvements at that meeting. Also attended the San Rafael Sanitation Board meeting where we addressed some strategic planning objectives that we have for the next year. I have been also very pleased to be working with the Peacock Gap Homeowners Association on an issue in our neighborhood, and I think we've moved very close to resolution on that matter. And finally, I also got to go out in the colorful vehicles with Vivalon and do food deliveries. It was great fun to be out in the community and actually doing something specific for people and bringing them food. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yorenz Gulati.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. Kate. So yeah, I was actually out of town for a little bit. So I just had like informal conversations around tenant protections in the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a short report as well. I'm your representative on SMART, Sonoma Marin Area Rapid Transit. Ridership is 43% up over January of 2023, but we find when it rains, people don't ride the train as much, and it's been raining a lot, so that does keep our ridership numbers down. Weekend ridership remains strong. Pathway counts continue to be higher than they were January 2023. In terms of work, the work is continuing on the Petaluma North Station, as well as the Windsor Extension, as well as the pathway. There are 10 segments in design for Marin and Sonoma, and they're permitting for 3 underway. So it's nice to see the infrastructure continue to move forward. There will be, this is a public service announcement, there will be a closure of the part of the line on March 23rd and 24th, as well as April 13th and 14th from Sonoma to Cotati. We'll be noticing at the station so people know it's because they'll be changing out the type of track, the actual track that the train is on, so it needs to be closed. And then finally, we have workshops underway. We've already had 2 of them, and it's really helping to inform the strategic plan. So the next ones are on March 14th and March 27th, and they're divvied up by subject matter. So if you go to the SMART website, you will be able to see when those are coming up. And we had a presentation on the San Rafael Bettini Transit Center that we'll be having this evening, which rolls right into TAM, where I also heard the presentation on the Bettini Center that we'll be hearing this evening. In addition to that presentation at TAM, Transportation Authority of Marin, we also had a really interesting discussion around sea level rise and the adoption for the county. And San Rafael, our canal neighborhood, will be one of the first neighborhoods to be affected by sea level rise. And so how are we planning for that as a community? A great presentation. I'm very, very grateful to TAM for looking at that holistic jurisdiction-wide view. Finally, Bay Wave. I'm your representative on Bay Wave, which is representatives from all the jurisdictions, or most of the jurisdictions in Marin County, plus county staff. And we continue to talk about what's happening at the state level in terms of the plans that are required in terms of regional adaptation. And stay tuned, because as always, the needs are great and the resources are not sufficient to meet all those needs. And then finally, as was mentioned at a previous meeting, I am honored to be one of only 8 mayors in the U.S. that's participating in a mayoral fellowship through the Mayor Institute on City Design. City Manager Lilovich and Director Sean Mooney are participating with me. So their classes are online and they're every Wednesday. And we have been leaning into how does equity manifest in our land use policy decisions. The one that we just had last week was actually around gentrification, displacement, and what are best practices and what do we see in communities in the 90s and what do we see now. So I really look forward to continuing to bring those tools of what's going on nationwide. And just so you know, those classes are being taught through the Harvard School of Design. So it's really the best academic minds and practitioners. So we'll be continuing to bring those tools back here to San Rafael. So as always, in spite of the vacation, everyone was still very busy, and those complete our reports. I do offer the opportunity for any comments from the public on the city manager or council member reports. If you'd like to comment, now is your chance. Not seeing anyone, I'm going to close the public comment and move to the consent agenda. There are only 2 items. And I just want to point out, one of them is the Women's History Month proclamation. Often we'll read the proclamation, so please, your homework tonight is to go home and read it, because Women's History Month, we always want to highlight it, especially when you're sitting on the dais. You see the 4th woman to ever serve on the council, the 5th woman, and the 6th and 7th. So, it hits close to home, but we're not going to read it, and it is on the consent agenda. So unless you want us to pull anything, okay. Are there any comments from the public on either the approval of minutes or the proclamation, which you're going to read at home tonight? Okay, not seen any. I'll close the public comment. Request a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy,
I recuse myself from item A because I was not present at that meeting, and I vote aye on B.
thank you. Vice Mayor Hill,
I think we can still vote.
And yes, if
You
you have watched.
Aye. Yes, aye.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Aye.
Councilmember Yedim Scolati,
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0 on one and 4-0 abstention on the other. Okay, thank you. And moving right along, I'm looking forward to the special presentation. I'm going to turn it over to the city manager to introduce the topic.
Good evening. I'm looking forward to this presentation as well. I wanted to introduce General Manager and CEO of Golden Gate Bridge District, Dennis Mulligan, to come up to the podium while we get the PowerPoint up, and he's going to introduce his team. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Mayor Kate, members of the council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Dennis Mulligan, and I have the pleasure of serving as the general manager for the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District. And we're your avenue to get from San Rafael to San Francisco and points to the south, whether it's by bridge, bus, or ferry. Our sidewalks are free. And just wanted to emphasize that tonight we're here to talk about a very important project for the city as well as for us. The second busiest bus facility in the Bay Area is the San Rafael Transit Center. And so I'm fortunate to have a very talented team with me tonight. And so I'll introduce a few folks. First, Ron Downing is a director of planning for the Bridge District, and he is with us. Working for Ron is Ray Santiago. He's our project manager. Then Mara Baum is one of our outside consultants. She's the lead designer. And joining us shortly when he's able to walk through the door after escaping traffic on the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge will be someone familiar to who is Adam Dankberg, who's done a lot of work for the city as well as us. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I have a couple of my bosses in the audience. I have Supervisor Dennis Rodoni, and obviously the person on the right that I was seated next to probably needs some introduction in town, Patty Garbarino. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mara to walk you through the presentation.
Thank you, Dennis. Welcome, Mara.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm not nearly as tall as he is. Well, so nice to see again familiar faces. I have tried to spice it up a little bit with the presentation so that you're not seeing the exact same content, but still enough of the same for those of you for whom this is new. My name is Mara Baum. I am an architect and urban designer with Dialogue, a consultant with the Bridge District. And what is I just touch it. Great. Oh, you're driving. Okay. Well, you read my mind very well there. So today we'll go through just a little bit of project background, some of the progress that we've made on the project recently. This is really focused heavily on the 2023 public engagement activities and the design update that comes out of that. We'll close then with some key coordination topics and next steps. So clearly, you all are very familiar with the transit center, but I'm still going to have to give you a couple of fun facts and figures that are helping to drive the project. Unlike many of the other transit networks in the region, the transit center here has more trips today than it did before COVID. So today, more than 2019. About half of those are trips that are people coming and going with their beginning or final destination at the transit center. And the other half are those who are transferring between buses or bus to smart train at the center. Quite a large proportion of those transit riders are wanting to get this right here, are household incomes of less than $50,000 or minority non-white populations. So we're really pleased to be able to recognize that the Transit Center is speaking of, planning decisions that relate to equity and social justice. I'm so excited that you're undertaking that coursework. That's wonderful. This project is rooted very strongly in the types of ideals that are behind the intent of design for equity. Next, please. It also serves a much broader public safety interest. So that when the SMART train was brought into place several years ago, that created quite a challenging connection between the transit center as it is presently today and the SMART station across from 3rd Street. So 3rd Street has been a really major barrier for pedestrians to move between the two. And has inevitably caused a number of different traffic and injuries, and one of the most challenging, least safe connections in the city. So the current transit center, also being built about 30 years ago, it lacks enough space for the types of customer service, technology, and other needs that we would really want to see in a transit center like this today. It also has insufficient space for a wide range of different types of elements, things like passenger pickup and drop off, shuttle areas, bicycle parking, and then of course, bicycle access in general is really far more limited than we would like it to be. The district quite some time ago conducted its own traffic and safety study, and the county has now issued one that really largely says very similar messages, including, for the most part, that the area directly around the transit center is a part of the high collision network in the county and has really been identified as one of the biggest challenges. Now, I'm going to tell you a little secret here. This project, or any one project, is not going to be a silver bullet that solves every congestion challenge in this area, but it is going to make a significant improvement, we believe, in particular, in pedestrian and cyclist access. So our hope is that moving the transit center will help to diminish some of the challenges that have been very well documented today. So for those of you who are slightly less familiar with the physical location of the transit center, today, if you're standing on top of Highway 101 and looking out towards the ocean, the current transit center is there between 2nd and 3rd Streets, in that blue box. This project is going to move it one full block north to be between 3rd Street and 4th Street, and then between Heatherton and Tamalpais. As you'll see in a little bit, Tamalpais is going to shift in order to accommodate the new bus depot, and the building currently known as Whistle Stop will also be shifted to the west. And we'll talk quite a bit about that process momentarily. This is the same overall schedule that we've been showing for quite some time. I'm going to put an asterisk in that, though, which is that with the NEPA process that we'll hear more about later, there is less of a certainty in the closure of this. We are going through the NEPA process now, and so currently, as you see here, preliminary design phase. Our hope is that the district will be able to enter into the final design phase by the end of this year and complete it in 2025-26. That is dependent on the NEPA approvals. Construction would then go through 26-27 with a completion hopefully in 2027. But again, that's a somewhat TBD based on the NEPA schedule. So a little bit of history, as many of you all will remember, December 2022, the final Environmental Impact Report, FEIR, was adopted. That allowed preliminary design to move forward. We then initiated the Community Design Advisory Group and other public meetings in the winter of 2023, really got them started in the summertime, and then have at that same time started some of the beginnings of the preliminary design process, including the NEPA checklist, as well as re-engagement of the Federal Transportation Administration. Through all of that time, we've also been aiming to engage really directly to advance discussions with a wide range of different stakeholders. That includes the City of Rafael, Marin Transit, all of the different entities you just heard presented here a few minutes ago. And now we're in the process of advancing preliminary design and engineering. So the next portion of the presentation will be focused on relaying back the 2023 public engagement activities. And then following that, the ultimate outcome of the engagement activities in the context of design direction. Keeping in mind, of course, that this is still very early on. The engagement activities started in June of 2023 and went for 6 months through early December. We started at a very high level with kind of vision and principles, really understanding from the community what was desired in the future transit center, trying to make some big moves or changes. That then fostered into concept development, and we've gone through and are still, as you can see today, going through this implementation and report back period. There were several different sets of events that happened throughout this process. One of these was a pair of community open houses. The first one held over the summer, the second one held in early December. We were really pleased with the broad range of attendees and the broad range of perspectives that we received at both of those open houses. More than 50 people at each one, more than 130 at the second, 150 at the first, comments at the two events, written comments. And then in addition, we had an online survey at the time of the first open house that included more than 100 responses. Really diverse, really helpful perspectives that we'll share many of those back as we move forward. In parallel with each of these two open houses, we also partnered with the Canal Alliance to host 2 Facebook Live events on their Facebook page. We have been incredibly grateful to all of the participants in all of the engagement activities, but I do want to highlight that the Canal Alliance has really gone above and beyond to help us reach their community members, and it has been a really meaningful process. In addition to the 2 Facebook Live events, they also participated in the Community Design Advisory Group and hosted in-person promotoras who went out and did person-to-person outreach at the transit center, handing out information about the project at peak transit times, distributed over 900 palm cards with information about the project. And I will say that these Facebook Live events have become quite popular, that they've each received more than 1,000 views after the fact. So even if individuals weren't necessarily at the live moment, they've still been engaged, they're still learning about the project, and still have opportunity to provide feedback through that mechanism. We also had a community design advisory group, and this is really the core of the community feedback that helped us to advance the design throughout the engagement phase. Again, starting from very high-level ideas and vision, honing down to kind of a look and feel, a sense of place around where the transit center would want to go. The Community Design Advisory Group was about 12 members with really diverse perspectives and diverse voices brought together to provide input together on the design. We find that it's really quite different when you speak with individuals or groups in an isolated way. You get a very specific set of feedback. But when you get those different diverse perspectives at the table together, and they're not just talking with you or at you, and they're talking with each other and reaching consensus and helping to move the project along together, you get a far more rich result. And that was very much what we experienced here. We walked the site together. We talked about design ideas. We, really heard a wide range of input. A part of that input has consistently been feedback from transit riders. And this has been really at the core of what we're doing, because although we recognize that this project is absolutely a big civic move for the city of San Rafael and the broader community, at the end of the day, it really does need to serve the transit ridership, or we will not be successful. And so I'm sharing here just a couple of quotes from transit riders, things like, accessibility is a priority, green areas, family areas, long lighted canopies that protect from the sun, wind, and rain, and more safety. These are a couple of examples. We got many dozens, including more than 50 comments alone from the Voices of the Canal group that we've been able to collate and sift through, and then pull together to identify some key themes. So as we went through all of the transit rider feedback, these are the specific themes that really floated to the top as being the consistent topics that individuals were talking about. There was a strong interest in very specific amenities. Restrooms was probably the most frequently cited, but a lot of different things: water fountains, cell phone chargers, bike parking, etc. These are definitely being integrated where it is appropriate at the preliminary design level, recognizing that some of the things, I'll say cell phone chargers, for example, that would not be integrated into the project until it reaches the final design stage. It just, we don't show the level of detail of something like a cell phone charger at this early place in the project. Safety and security was a second really important theme that came up repeatedly. There were requests for security cameras, which are absolutely going to be included in the project, but also an interest in things like visibility, being able to see the smart trains from the bus stop, being able to see back and forth, having security guards. There were a number of different concerns that we've then been able to integrate into the design. Things like lines of sight. We've integrated approaches to preventing dark corners or other places where people might lurk or be a little bit more hidden. Definitely incorporating the proper lighting into the structures and the site. Shelter, I mentioned that on the last slide, but that also came up again and again. A really strong interest in protection from the sun, the wind, and the rain. And so we've taken this into consideration as we build out the scale of the shelter. And you'll see some example images later on, but I will say that as we are moving the design forward today, not as a part of the, as a part of the post-engagement design process, this is one of the strongest considerations. How can we evolve the bus shelters in order to be able to provide more protection from the sun, the wind, and the rain? That protection also, though, needs to be balanced with a very strong interest in greenery. If you build out the whole site with bus shelter, there's not nearly as much space for trees. So there's definitely a balance that needs to happen between the two of those. So still providing for vegetation, both ground cover at grade, as well as big street trees. London plane trees were identified by a number of participants, including transit riders, as being desirable. You can see from the image on the lower left there, they provide that really big coverage, but they're high enough off the ground that you can see below and you have clear lines of sight so that the trees themselves aren't necessarily blocking you and creating a potential safety or security hazard. Comfort and access was also repeated frequently. One of the things that came out of the conversations with several transit riders was the need for seniors to be able to have, and not just seniors, but others with potential mobility challenges, to have armrests on the benches. And it seems like such a little detail, but the fact that something like that would make a significant difference in the usability of the transit center for some of the riders really spoke to us. And we've definitely been incorporating all of that type of feedback into the design. Similarly, needing to be inclusive of extended families, disabled persons, people with different body sizes. We've integrated that through the creation of different sizes and types of seating spaces, which we'll show examples of as we move through some of the renderings. Signage is, of course, going to be very important, largely integrated during final design, but you'll see a few examples of signage in the drawings. And then gathering places. People really want this to be a place they can enjoy, a place they can meet up with their family or their friends if they have a few minutes between buses, if they're going into downtown, if they just need a place to stop and rest. And so we've incorporated those as well. Next, please. There were a couple of key topics that the Community Design Advisory Group focused on. I'm going to highlight just a few of them. But the first is the customer service building that is going to be on the west side of Tamalpais Avenue. there were a number of fairly significant challenges and opportunities that we talked through with the Community Design Advisory Group, known as CDAG for short. This included things like the building size and program, the shape and the size of the piece of land that was available to put the building onto, opportunities for reusing portions of that 1929 Northwestern Pacific Depot building, which we'll go into a little more detail on in a few minutes, as well as really the strong desire for safety, security, gathering places, et cetera. So through the third CDAG meeting that we have, this diagram that's shown on the bottom left really came out as one with broad interest across most, if not all, of the different CDAG members for a wide variety of different reasons. And it takes the customer service building and stretches it a bit and creates a courtyard in the central area using the original walls from the Northwestern Pacific Depot building to create this internal space symbolic of what once was an arcade in that original building. Now creating a really active space that can be programmed and used on one side by the lobby with public restrooms for the transit center, and on the other side by a retail space like a cafe. The types of feedback that we got were fairly extensive, all very positive. That the courtyard provided more opportunities for placemaking, for programming, for stuff. Then also, as a kind of a result of that indirectly, by having the courtyard in that space, it prevents the plaza that's to the north from being this really long and skinny zone that may potentially be more difficult to program in its entirety if it were a long, slender strip. And we know that being able to program a space, being able to put things like cafe tables, chairs, regularly occupied areas, that is one of the best ways to improve safety because it's active and people are spending time there and there is eyes on the street, so to speak. That's and so that really became our focus, was trying to make this whole area more lively and engaged so that we would improve the level of safety and comfort. In addition to that, there is a potential for shade and weather protection on the interior area of the courtyard. Those are details that have largely not been resolved. There is a potential for it to be more family friendly because it's a bit more enclosed. And then also with a courtyard that has the potential, if needed, to be secured at night. So that would it be relatively straightforward if the district ever decided that it would want to gate off that area, that opportunity would exist. One of the second topics that we spent quite a bit of time with the CDAG on is the look and feel of the larger bus canopy. And this is on the block that is between the SMART station and Heatherton, and then between 3rd and 4th Streets to the north and south. We showed the CDAG a large number of different example images, and the CDAG came back and selected the ones that you see here. There was a really strong interest in general in warm materials like wood and brick, where pragmatic, of course, where it's safe and able to be maintained. But in general, warm materials like wood and brick, and in particular, that wood is reflective of Marin history and culture, and that was really important. But it has a warmth that the transit riders would expressed that they would enjoy spending time under, but also that would be attractive when viewed from afar. An interest in the space being light and airy, again, with a high level of visibility for safety and security. And then from the transit rider perspective, there was an interest again in that substantial amount of shelter that would help to protect from the elements. That same large scale was also appealing to many of the other CDAG members, the non-transit riders, because it was an opportunity to create a more substantial structure that would be able to serve as a gateway to downtown. And finally, we spoke quite a bit about the Northwestern Pacific Railroad Depot building reuse. Now, we talked to the CDAG about this. We also had numerous comments from a wide range of community members at the public meetings. And boy, let me tell you, there was not consensus. There was a tremendous amount of consensus around nearly everything else. Obviously, there were, some perspectives that were wide ranging, and there are a couple of details, bike lanes being one of them, that is still to be resolved. But in general, we got quite a lot of different opinions, ranging from tear the whole thing down and build it all over again, or build new and don't pay any attention to the existing building, to recreate the 1929 building in its form from 1929 across the street, despite the fact that we actually don't have that much information about what the 1929 building looked like. Well, we have a general photography, but not enough construction information. So, needless to say, we are not going to chuck it all and start over. We definitely have been doing quite a bit of work to understand the original building and how it can be relocated. But it has been an ongoing process. Many of you, I'm sure, have seen some of the historic images before, but if you haven't, the one on the left is from 1935 approximately, of the building that was built by the railroad in the late 1920s. It's quite different than the building there today. The building today was partly filled in and added to by the railroad a couple of decades after it was first built. But most of the building was built in the 80s and 90s by Whistle Stop, mostly in the 80s, with some tweaks in the 90s, by Whistle Stop, who's now known as Vivillon. And so it is still as a result known as the Whistle Stop building to many, but it is also known as the Northwestern Pacific Railroad Depot building. So those are occasionally used interchangeably. Next, please. So, Dialogue and our structural engineer have been going through quite a lot of analysis of this existing building, really trying to make smart decisions about how to reuse it. The interior of the building, unfortunately, no matter how hard we've looked, we haven't been able to find anything that is remotely historic. And I mean, we poked up into the ceiling above the gypboard with cameras to try to see if there was structure above the ceiling that just wasn't visible to our eye, and there is nothing. We've got the drawings from Vivillon that show how the building was rebuilt. Some of those drawings show, echoes of what was there, but for the most part, there's really nothing. It's been quite challenging. So what we did was we took a laser scanner out and put these images together, are composite images from a laser scanner that allow us to look very closely at the outside of the building so that we know exactly what was there. And this imports directly into our design software, so there are no surprises around building dimensions or the existing physical conditions. Next, please. So the areas that kind of pop out here in this picture show the parts that remain from that original 1920s structure. It's portions of the facade on both the east and the west, although the side that faces the smart tracks, the one on the picture on the top, that originally was an open arcade and it is now fully enclosed. The lower image is more or less similar to what was originally put in there, and those pieces we're definitely intending to relocate as a part of the customer service building. There is what is known as a 1929 shaped mission parapet that's located at the north end of the building today that used to be in a different place in the 1929 building. So we will be taking that as well and relocating it closer to where it was originally on that original structure. And then we also know that the angle of the roof line of the current building, the 1980s building, is the same roof angle as what was originally installed. So we will also be using that roof angle and approximating some of the part of the original position of the roof line of that 1929 building. Next, please. So just to reiterate some of the goals as we've moved through the preliminary design process or are in the process of moving through, we're really just at the early phase of that now. The intent here is, above all, to be able to extend the transportation function of that original building and really carry it into a new life for this century that will be a transportation function for its indefinite future. In doing that, be able to use that existing building to create a new sense of place that harkens back to that early railroad era, but also create something that's appropriate for our condition today. We absolutely do want to reuse the elements that still exist from that early railroad era. And we'd like to incorporate similar elements, things like signage and lighting that we've been able to document with reasonable certainty through photographs and other historic record. We intend to put, to recreate something similar back onto the new customer service building. For the portions of the building where we do not have sufficient historic record, things like the north and the south facades, for example, we're not going to recreate the historic elements that's actually frowned upon by the federal government that defines historic preservation criteria because we do not have a sufficient historic record to do so. But we will mirror or echo some of the design elements. It will need to appear modern, like we can't pretend that it's old. That is, again, frowned upon, but we do intend to use similar forms and shapes for those north and south facades that help us to kind of reflect back to that earlier era. And then finally, I would be remiss if I did not say we also are required to stay within our environmental approvals. And that means, for example, not putting in place a 12,000 square foot building when we're approved for up closer to 3,000. So all of the environmental approvals and everything else, the north-south greenway and everything else that goes with that is a part of the package. Next, please. So here's one of two diagrams that I'll show that explain how we're transitioning some of the older elements into the newer building. I'll spare you the technical details, but holistically, the intent is for the north end of the building, the north end of the building that incorporates the historic elements, to really use those elements in a way that's as reasonably similar to their original function as possible. I say as reasonably similar as possible. You can tell on the top image that there is that kind of dark and shadowy area in the arcade. That's not necessarily an environment that some of our community members would feel safe within. There were concerns identified to us about the way that space would be used, and or the potential need to close it off at night, which would be difficult for a public walkway, so to speak. So instead, that area is becoming the enclosed courtyard that I mentioned earlier. The area in purple, in the purple shape at the bottom. And then the red shape on the left was the original main entry and will become the original main entry again. The blue shape on the right was once the railroad offices and now will become a cafe. Originally in 1929, that was all open as part of the arcade, but the railroad enclosed it shortly after that. And then I will also note, because I believe the light, kind of the black and whiteness of this image has caused confusion to some. The intent is for us to use a color of stucco that is close to what we believe the original is as possible, noting that we didn't have color photos of the building at that time. So there is no intent in us making that a pale gray to have this be a pale gray. It was just a style or a strategy for the rendering. Next, please. And this is an image of the north side, the original north side of the building, currently facing 4th Street. This one is a little bit trickier because this is the best photo. This is the best information and the only information really that we have of this facade. We are going to take that shaped mission parapet on the left and include that as a part of the cafe space. We are going to, as I mentioned, be able to understand the roof line and that structure and integrate that into this portion of the building. But then that purple box becomes a little bit more challenging. We are not in a position to literally recreate it, but we do want to, and it's very fuzzy here for a reason. I don't want you to get too obsessed with the details, but we are going to move in a direction that kind of mirrors or reflects the original style and shape without reconstructing it in its exact position. And then on the bottom image, you can also see where we'll be relocating the 1929 facade to the west in that location as well. And that will, for the most part, be moved mostly as is with a couple of repairs and touch-ups to be done. Next, please. And now I'm going to move into the section where we talk about the outcome of the community engagement period. So this is a site plan. Many of you have also seen similar site plans that went through the EIR process. This is an updated one where you can see 3rd on the left, 4th on the right. At the very top is a pickup drop-off lane, the customer service building within a larger plaza. You can see down the center to the left, right, there's an extension of the north-south greenway that is a 2-lane bike path going through that direction. Noting again that the bicycle strategy in that location is one of the topics that has yet to be fully resolved. And we recognize there are quite a lot of opinions. Again, one of the areas that does not have full consensus, quite a lot of opinions in different directions around how to treat that space. Tamalpais Ave will have bus stops on both sides of it with substantial bus shelters right along the street for those passengers. The SMART station goes down the center, and then the larger bus canopy to the east of the SMART station is at the bottom of the screen here. And now I'll walk through some of the renderings that we've also shown. Next, please. The first is of the courtyard that I've talked about. The courtyard has a lot of different types of opportunities and potential. You can kind of get a sense of what it could feel like in this space. Maybe there are trees, maybe there are canopies over the edges, maybe there's cute fairy lighting strung across the top. We are not at a point in design where this is fully resolved. So we are, we have been hearing and are, pleased to continue to hear community ideas for this space, certainly wanting to hold the facade as true as possible to the 1929 building. Next, please. This is an image of the plaza from 4th Street looking to the southeast. Again, we've talked about the London plane trees, hearing some of the transit rider feedback that we want to have clear lines of sight through the plaza. There's nothing physically blocking. There will be a security kiosk to support some of the safety and security needs. That's not shown in this particular image. But there is a kind of an even mix of vegetation and hardscape that gives a nice balance of creating greenery, but also providing for places to sit, places for families to gather, both for transit riders directly responding to the feedback we heard, but also for others who may be using, maybe visiting businesses or passing through. Next, please. Here is a preliminary customer service building rendering. You just saw a little piece of this a minute ago, but this one expands to show more of the bike lane, more of the plaza. A lot of similar trends and ideas here. You can see brick paving, the use of warm colors, directly responsive to the CDAG comments and discussion. Two-way bike route in this view as well. Next, please. And this is the picture of the bus canopy taken from the corner of 4th and Heatherton as you would approach it. And you can see in the background, there is a kind of a white bar with bushes in front of it. That is the SMART station. So we didn't happen to do the rendering with a SMART train in the view, and I have regretted that every day since. But there could be, in theory, a SMART train in that location. As it currently stands, you actually look across the SMART tracks and see buses on Tamalpais Avenue and the building way in the distance beyond. So there would be, again, the clear lines of sight requested by the transit riders. We also are starting to show signage, real-time signage. That was an interest of many transit riders. Again, that is a level of detail that really is more of a final design topic, but it is represented lightly here and is very much intended to be incorporated. Again, another security kiosk on this side, plenty of benches, plenty of pedestrian crosswalks at every intersection, clear lines of sight. And this also shows the intent to have an extensive bus canopy. One of the comments we've gotten from transit riders here was, well, it looks pretty high off the ground. Are you sure it's going to protect from the sun, from the rain? And for this image, I would say, I'm not sure. actually. But since we first generated this image, we've been going back and doing extensive studies to try to understand the right position and location for this canopy element in order to have that protection. There will be some very creative strategies. This is not the easiest orientation, unfortunately, to provide protection for, but we are very much working on it, and it is a work in progress. Next, please.
All right, good evening. Adam Dankberg with Kimley Horn, the project manager for the consultant team. And I wanted to shift gears to talk about some of the transportation improvements as part of the project. So what you see here on the screen is where we took that site plan and annotated some of the pedestrian improvements that would be included with the project. Earlier, Mara hit on some of the safety challenges that exist in the area today. And we feel that it's really important to improve and address what we can as part of this project to make it easier to walk and bike to and from the transit center. So definitely some work is needed with city staff to ensure that we can integrate a lot of these features into the existing signal system and existing intersections, but we are looking forward to continue that partnership as the preliminary engineering advances. So specific treatments include bulbing out at intersections, doing some additional signalization to eliminate conflicts between cars and people, improving crosswalks, and improving lighting in several key locations, as well as some specific strategies like leading pedestrian intervals, which you have at a number of locations in downtown where the pedestrians cross the street before the cars are released with the green. Next slide, please. Now, shifting our attention to bikes, there are three main components for bicycle network improvements in this area. The first two are that north-south greenway connection between the existing terminus of that path at 2nd Street, connecting that up to 4th. So there's two blocks of that, one between 2nd and 3rd, and then the other between 3rd and 4th. As Mara mentioned, we've heard a lot from the community thus far about what, in particular, that segment between 3rd and 4th will look like. And we look forward to going to your Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission for some additional feedback here actually next week. And then the third element is how to actually get across 4th Street in a safe and effective manner. It's challenging with the train tracks there and the Tamalpais Avenue configuration. So we have some specific ideas for that again, we'll be presenting to the BPAC next week and look forward to some additional input. Next slide, please. Bicycle parking is a big part of this project as well. We've identified several locations on site for different types of bicycle parking, both long-term secure parking, so like the whole day, as well as some shorter-term, kind of shorter period bike racks. So we have several locations identified for that and integrated into the concept that we're moving forward. Next slide, please. So we're really at a midpoint of our preliminary design. So final design still to come, but in terms of preliminary design, there are several topics that we are closely tracking, and many of those involve close collaboration with your staff as well as other agencies. So some of the key topics include really the ownership and operation maintenance of Tamalpais Avenue, particularly the bus segment. The north-south greenway configuration, that's the bike path configuration between 3rd and 4th. Making sure we're integrating city design review through the process and those right steps. We've already had a couple meetings with the California Public Utilities Commission. We'll need their approval to modify the rail crossings. So we've already had some good coordination with them and we'll continue that. We're working with Marin Transit in terms of bus bay operations. Just had a meeting a few days ago with them to again review some of the bus movements and configurations and make sure that they're comfortable with the direction we're heading there. And then finally, as part of our federal environmental clearance, one of the key aspects still remaining is the cultural resources analysis. And so we'll have to do some testing, dig some holes out there to investigate what's underneath the ground and see what is out there. So we'll be working with the Federal Transit Administration on that investigation coming up. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, we've been to the Marin Transit Smart and TAM boards already here tonight, of course, and look forward to the BPAC next week. With this information, we're going to continue to advance preliminary engineering over the next several months. The district is committed to an additional round of community engagement which we would look for as we've made some progress on the preliminary engineering. So around the middle of this year in summertime or so, we're actively working with the FTA on the NEPA clearance for our federal environmental clearance. Right-of-way procurement would not occur until after the NEPA is done. So we're still a little ways away from assembling the right-of-way needed. And then final design will happen after the preliminary engineering and the outreach is completed. So that's hopefully we'll get started by the end of this year. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mar. And I have to say that it was a different presentation from the two that I've already heard. So thank you for going deep on those details. I'm sure there'll be questions from my colleagues, and I'll start with the Vice Mayor.
Great. Yes, thank you all for coming tonight and presenting. This is very different from the last time I even saw it, so I haven't even seen it recently, of course. There was an acronym, and I've heard it a few times, NEPA tonight. I don't know if you could familiarize the public with NEPA. It sounds similar to CEQA, but I'm curious, just walk us through it if you could.
Certainly. Thank you, Vice Mayor Hill. NEPA refers to the National Environmental Policy Act. It actually became law about a year before the California Environmental Quality Act. So they're very similar. In many ways, CEQA, because we're California, has more stringent care for the environment. Early on in the process, we met with the Federal Transit Administration, and we wanted to do a CEQA and NEPA joint clearance, which is what we do on highway projects. They suggested what they normally do, that we do our CEQA clearance first, and they would build upon that for the final NEPA clearance. And so we did as we were instructed, and we went through a full EIR. When we concluded that process, we reached out to the Federal Transit Administration to build upon that record, to have them sign off on NEPA clearance. Subsequent to that, their desire for how we implement what's known as the 106 Cultural Resources component, which is part of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, which deals with, in this case specifically, potential coastal Miwok remains and settlements at the site, is different from what they had a couple years ago. So we're in consultation with the tribe now that the Federal Transit Administration has approved the preliminary plan for where to do the exploration. And then we look forward to, over the coming months, doing some exploration on site to see if we find any remnants of a community there. And then we'll go through that process. And we're looking at this fall finalizing the NEPA clearance. Since we already went through a public process on the EIR, the CEQA process, the NEPA process, we envision that we'll get a CADX. They've indicated once we go through the 106 process, they can sign that, but we have to go through this process first. And so that'll take several months. But it's very analogous to California environmental law. There's a few areas where it's a little different. And for the 106 process, they want the actual exploration done before the environmental process concludes.
Great. I heard CADX, and I assume that means an exemption?
Yeah, there's a categorical exclusion and a categorical exemption. One of those is CEQA, the other is NEPA, but they're analogous. So basically it says you did studies, there are no impacts, and so there's a sign off on that. Then that is published in the Federal Register, and it sets up a statute of limitations for a short clock if anyone wishes to challenge or sue on the environmental process.
Great. That connects to my next question further down around, I heard the word, the federal government frowns upon something. So I want to maybe unpack what frowning means. Does that mean that they would potentially deny funding if we cast it in a certain way? What does frowning mean?
No, and I should also explain that the regulations and framework that I was referencing was specifically related to historic buildings. Although very well loved by many members of the community for its rail history, the Whistle Stop building as it currently sits is not formally legally a historic building. That said, we are where we can, we are using many of the guidelines and criteria that the federal government puts in place for historic buildings. So that in theory, if this were formally a historic building, then the federal government provides different criteria around what do you restore, what do you rebuild, reconstruct, replace, or completely build new. And based on those criteria, they ask you to only reconstruct, which is to say replicate the original historic elements, if you have sufficient historic record, which typically would include architectural and other design drawings. We have photographs, but no drawings, and even the photographic record is not complete for the building. We we have a little bit, but not a lot. And so frowning upon is not a technical term, but they're in the kind of the do's and don'ts of historic preservation. The Department of the Interior has defined these criteria around the treatment of historic structures, one of which is to not reconstruct a building without the proper documented record. I hope that.
No, it
that
does
gives a
help.
little
And
more
I'm
clarity.
trying in my mind just to make sure it's not like we move beyond implication, that it's important that
There's-
we
yeah.
understand these definitions, because there
Mhm.
is a federal funding
Mhm.
component to
Yeah.
this that's critical. I
And-
want to
and
make sure
there-
we're making
there
that,
is-
we're drawing that line.
And there is no barrier to funding from the federal government for that frowning,
Okay.
so to speak.
Okay, thank you for expanding on frowning. With respect to, I just want to make sure it's super clear. I honed in on these three words: reuse building elements. That means literally taking the ones that we've identified that are original to the degree that we can be assured of that, and reuse them literally.
Yeah, we've been working with a structural engineer to understand how the building was originally put together and the best methods for successfully saving it. So certain types of buildings, if you think of like a wood frame house, like an old Victorian, you could literally pick up that whole building and move it across the street. This building is built on what's called a slab on grade with stucco construction. Unfortunately, this type of building doesn't offer that same ability, but instead the structural engineer recommended that we do something called strong backing, where we isolate portions of the facade. We, kind of basically, break it into giant Lego pieces, create a structural element behind it so that it is rigid on its own and won't just fall apart, and then move that in its entirety to the new location, and then reassemble those Lego pieces on the other side of the street. Because there is nothing historic that we've been able to identify to date on the interior, that is a very reasonable approach, because there is no concern around what's on the inside of the building. We're really focused on the facade elements. So that is a good, and the roof is of course all that we're aware of. Everything on that roof is relatively new from the 80s.
Great, thank you. A couple more questions. This is one of the first times I've seen the more recent rendering, or not rendering, one of the top-down views of the site. And I'm noticing along Tamalpais between 3rd and 4th, where Tamalpais currently runs, it looks quite different. It looks like we've eliminated a driveway on the west side, and it looks like we've restored a bunch of L's and T's for parking. Could that be used for pickup and drop off instead?
Assume you're referring to between 2nd and 3rd on Tamalpais?
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. And we had identified some parking located there because we are removing the existing parking on Tamalpais between 3rd and 4th. So that was kind of one idea, is to try and offset some of that parking loss. We are aware that there is development coming on that quadrant that may need a driveway in that block, and we'll adapt our design to accommodate whatever ultimately is needed on that block. It may be possible to use that for pickup drop off. The concern is then any patrons would have to cross 3rd Street in order to access the transit center. And that was kind of one of the original motivators for this project, is that crossing of 3rd is so problematic today. We really wanted to minimize the requirement of people to have to cross 3rd. And, would people use that block for pickup drop off if it meant their riders would actually still have to cross 3rd? And so that's why we're really trying to get as much as we can between 3rd and 4th for pickup drop off. So we've done some studies and identified that the pickup drop off that we have should be sufficient to accommodate not only the SMART needs, but also the bus needs. I think the parking configuration, what that block exactly looks like, I think is something for further discussion and coordination with the city.
Yeah, and the only reason why I bring that up is that, and this is getting into the weeds a little bit, but when I model someone who's coming from, say, West Marin, you're coming in down through 2nd. In order to get to the pickup drop-off, you have to go all the way around to the other side of the freeway and come back up 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we would envision, people using, because Tamalpais south of 3rd is still open to the public. So you use 2nd,
you can make your left turn.
make the left, and then come in. So there is a way. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. And then I have one more question. All of these assets you're talking about, benches, trees, canopies, That's a lot of assets. So is that something the Golden Gate Transit District would manage and depreciate and be able to replace in 20 years when?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. We are a very asset-intensive agency, and so we would have to put those in our inventory on our enterprise asset management system. We'd have to maintain them. We'd have to maintain the landscaping. And if you want an example of where we've done that elsewhere, because the existing is rather Spartan for landscaping, I encourage you to come visit the Welcome Center at the south end of the Golden Gate Bridge, where we have a large plaza. We have a lot of landscaping, and then we've had it for decades, and you can judge whether you think we do a decent job managing landscaping and assets, because I think we have a track record that shows our commitment to the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll keep going. Councilmember Yorenz Gulani.
Yeah, thank you. This is so exciting. I just have all these ideas. So I guess my first question is around the safety for people that they are biking versus the ones that they are walking versus the ones that they are running to go get the bus that they are missing. What type of measures do you have in place, or have you got to that point?
Let's see. Is it possible to pull up the site plan? Would that be okay? Okay, sorry, I threw that out of the blue. Yeah, so one of the benefits of the current transit center, or of the proposed project, is that it puts all the buses and trains on the same block. So about half the activity in the transit center is transfer activity. And so now a lot of that activity has to cross Third to get between SMART and the buses. And so that's one of the key aspects of this project is, all that transfer activity really occurs within the transit center. There are some bus aisles that are being crossed. Bus drivers are professionally trained and are, looking out for pedestrians. So we feel confident about the safety components of crossing those bus aisles. Of course, SMART is running through the middle of the transit center, and that has the elevated platform. So there's no way to get across from Tamalpais and vice versa, the other side of the tracks, mid-block. So that those crossings would all occur on the pedestrian crossings on Third or on Fourth. And so, the movements between the Tamalpais Avenue block and the larger block where Citibank is today would occur along Third and Fourth. There would be pedestrian crossing gates there, as similar to today. We would likely install some new gates and get the California Public Utilities Commission approval for any modifications to those crossings to make sure they meet current standards. In terms of bicycle access, that's the one aspect of this concept is that we have separate bicycle facilities really throughout the site to separate the bicycles and the pedestrians. We've heard some feedback of maybe we'd prefer a mixing zone between Third and Fourth between bicycles and pedestrians and really enlarge the plaza, create more of a kind of downtown urban feel there. Can certainly understand that perspective. Can understand also the perspective of that kind of through movement on the North-South Greenway. So that's where really looking for community input to help guide that. But as of the current concept, there's really a separate space between bicycles and pedestrians. So if cyclists want to travel a little faster, they have their own space and don't conflict with pedestrians. And then really those conflict points are the 3rd Street intersection and the 4th Street intersections. And so we want to make sure we pay special care and attention to safety improvements there. And so that's where we have things like the bulb outs to shorten the crossing distances, make sure all signals are upgraded to the current standards for accessibility, audible pedestrian signals, leading pedestrian intervals, and then really looking at that 4th Street crossing. And we have 3 different options for how the crossing at 4th Street can configure. What's shown here is one option that separates the north and southbound bike movements into a more intuitive kind of counterclockwise maneuver. There's some others with 2-way cycle tracks and things like that. But definitely really thinking through the details of those bicycle and pedestrian movements.
Great. Yeah, I guess that would be great, like for the community input around the safety. My concern is bikers versus people walking, especially with e-bikes. Make sure that there's not going to be a lot of that happening. And I wonder if in the crossing, if you could do one of those that everybody crosses at the same time. They kind of like, I don't know if that was one of the alternatives, but anyway, thank you. Another question that I have is that with these new buildings is really exciting. Would you be able to create like sustainable buildings where you have like solar panels and, rain catchment?
Yes.
Great.
The sustainability of the buildings is very much a priority for the project, not shown clearly on these drawings here, but we are planning for solar panels on the roofs, for example. Also, an all-electric building that, eliminating the need for natural gas makes the operation of these facilities nearly carbon neutral in their own right, even before adding the solar panels. But with those, it would go above and beyond. And then, of course, there's detailed work being done by our landscape architect and civil engineering team to make sure that the rainwater management process is as clean and natural as is reasonably possible on a site that is as dense as this one. I could go on, but I will not bore you tonight.
No, that's great.
Or bore you any more than I maybe already have.
It's actually music to my ears. So, so yeah, like some of the things, I love the idea of kind of like the green concept, not only because of the environment, but also because of the noise. So wondering if you have considered things like fountains, vertical gardens, I guess, natives and pollinators. I assume that you will do like a design for all the green assets.
Yes, again, this is fairly early in the process. And so a lot of the ideas that you just talked about are being discussed. We're considering incorporating some vertical vegetation at the edge of the smart train platform, for example. And the reason is partly noise, but also partly because of the sun coming through in the late afternoons in the summer from that western direction. It's been really challenging, again, to figure out how to provide shade to the transit riders, one of the big things that we heard from that community. And so looking at one possible solution, but at the same time, we don't want to eliminate visibility because that line of sight between the different parts of the system are also quite important.
Mm-hmm.
We are, as you can see in this drawing, well, you can only kind of see it. At the very bottom, underneath the text, is the closed captioning is a line of trees on Heatherton. We will probably never be able to completely solve for the highway noise problem, but we'll do what we can with the trees and the roof structure to help mitigate that.
Great. Okay, another, I guess, question suggestion, maybe exercise outdoor machines for people while they're waiting. I have ridden a lot of buses and things in my life. So another question I have is, would you be, I don't know if this is related to the transit center, but would you be able to provide the users timing on when the bus that they are expecting, where the bus is?
Yes, for those with a smartphone, it's actually available today. All of our buses have automatic vehicle locators on them. And so there's many private entities that have applications that you can download to your phone. One of them is called the Transit app. And so if you're at a location, they'll show you when the bus is coming and you can see your bus like you see an Uber on your screen if that interests you. But not everyone has access to a smartphone. So we will have real-time signage at the facility once it's up and running. It's something that the region is interested in rolling out at all the major transit hubs consistently throughout the Bay Area.
That's great. And if it's in Spanish, even better. And whatever we can do to help our community to learn about the app, I think that would be amazing. Thank you. Okay, I'm almost done. Sorry. Okay, so technology. Let's see where am I. Okay, so I have a couple more questions around community engagement. The first one, I'm thinking the community engagement is for the summertime, and I wonder if maybe it could be done at a different time than the summer because many families maybe are on vacation.
Yeah, that's something we've definitely thought about, and part of it relates to the timing of when we'll be ready, I guess. So we definitely have a few months of work on the preliminary engineering to advance that. I feel like we've gotten a lot of great input over the past several months. Now we need to sit down and work with city staff and work with other agencies and kind of sort through it all and figure out exactly how that translates to design. So we definitely have a few months worth of work, and we feel like we'll be ready around summertime. I think we need some further discussion about exactly what those activities are and the timing, but your comment is certainly noted, and we're trying to find the balance of not slowing down the project, but also making sure that we're effectively reaching people. So
yeah, well, I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And how are you doing around youth? They are kind of like our future. They're going to be using this space. So have you engaged with the high school students or schools?
Yes, and we did have a youth representative on the community design advisory group At least for the first couple meetings, we tried to get their attention and participation as much as we possibly could.
Yes.
And certainly made the effort. And we have developed some connections, I think, at least through that process, that we'll be able to continue to tap in going forward. Yeah, you're right. The transit center, it gets, you go out there at school dismissal time and it's tons of students there. So they're really a key part of the demographic. So we'll certainly continue to reach out to them as this project advances.
That's great. San Rafael City Schools has the Heads Up Spring Carnival on April 27, and there will be a lot of youth in there, just as an idea. Okay, my last one. This one is a little bit crazy, but I always thought, with the smart train going through San Rafael, it blocks a lot of our roads. Crazy concept, but what if we will stop the smart train in San Rafael and have a shuttle that takes you to Larkspur and alleviates all the other areas? I don't know if this is a question here. It's a, crazy idea.
I would defer to SMART and the SMART representatives. With respect to that, the Bridge District, is fortunate enough to be the lead agency for this project. But how Marin Transit or SMART operates their services really left to those boards to make their decisions. And speaking for the Bridge District, though, we love that SMART comes to Larkspur. And it is, we think, a vital connection. It's a connection that's growing. And so we hope that the SMART board would continue that as they have spent a lot on it. And it's vital to both of our agencies.
Yeah, thank you. I think a shuttle can also do the same, but thank you so much. This is very exciting. Thank you for all that, for answering all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Great update. I love seeing version 11 that we're working off of. So what I'm seeing in our image that we have is there's the 2 lanes off of Heatherton now to 3rd. I think that's more from the city perspective doing that. Is that timing? I'm looking for April. Is that timing tied to this work, or is it done separately?
Yeah, and that came about during the environmental impact review process. We worked with the city, so that was actually something that was folded in kind of over the course between the draft environmental and the final. We worked with city traffic engineer and staff to fine tune that. The general idea is that the right turn movement would be fully signalized, so there'd be no right turn on red and a red arrow up when the pedestrians are crossing the street, and then there'll be a red or a green arrow when those can go. And so the idea is to have the 2 lanes to kind of offset some of the capacity issues. There's a long backup of vehicles making that right turn movement. And so we're enhancing the safety for pedestrians, but also still, making sure that we're not adding to the queue for vehicles. So it's finding that balance there.
It still is the wild, wild west out there going from Heatherton to 3rd. The image I have ends at 4th Street. And lots of good green bike lane information, but I'm curious now with the north side and the bike lanes from Mission. So you come over and then you have the bike lane that comes out at Mission, and then how is that all connecting? So I think in terms of the sort of the next version 12 or 15 or wherever we get to be able to see that connection, because I think that's some of the conversation that's coming up a lot is how does the biking going north, the night paths north connect to all this. Hi, April.
Hello, this is April Miller, Director of Public Works. Yeah, so the city has been kind of waiting for the transit center to know kind of what is happening on that block before we pursued the north-south Greenway connection all the way from 2nd Street to Mission. Now that we finally have an idea what side of the transit center the bike path is on, we can now pursue grants to complete the north-south Greenway. So right now we're in initial conversations with the Transportation Authority Marin, who sponsors or helps pay for grants applications. So we're looking at doing potential grant application for the active transportation program that's coming out this summer to do the north-south Greenway, the other sections, and then even connecting from the transit center to Grand Avenue to continue that bike path. So it's kind of like a cross.
Thank you. That was the other question. Okay.
So it hasn't been officially decided. I had a conversation this morning and we're trying to work with TAM to get funding because grant applications are not cheap. But we know how important it is for the city. So ideally we'd be constructing very similar, everything would be done, within a year or 2 of each other.
Great. Thank you. I was wondering because again, lots of attention has been paid to the bike paths right around the station, around the transit center, but how do we get there? just have that all connected. Thank you on the bike racks and the bike storage. I didn't hear a mention of the last mile bikes. I don't remember what I call them, the blue bikes, but I don't know. It's not the name. Is that being planned into the design as well?
I don't think in this design, but there is a lot of things going on in the area. So there's Caltrans is pursuing like a mobility hub, which is across the street from this project. And then also the Transportation Authority Marin is working on an e-bike programs or e-bike rentals.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think they've established where exactly in this zone, but it's somewhere near here, there will be e-bike rentals coming soon.
Okay, great. That's good. Now Tamalpais Avenue, in my recollection, is fairly narrow. Is this widening Tamalpais?
I don't, yes, we'll have to widen it because there'll be buses parked on both sides. So yes, Tamalpais would be moved over. So we're not really adhering to any existing curb lines, but yes, I believe it would be a little wider because the buses are a little wider than the
Okay,
cars.
so we're not just picking up Tamalpais.
No,
Okay,
correct.
got it. Okay, good. Good to know. All right, that's it. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Councilmember Bushy.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions on the customer experience and then some comments on collaboration. So I noticed that the customer service center is all the way at the west side. So a bus customer would have to go through all the bus bays, across the smart tracks, across more bus bays to get to the customer service center. So what are you envisioning being in the customer service center? And where would I go to get my Clipper card updated if I was going to ride a bus?
So currently, it'd be analogous to what we have today. Today, we have Clipper machines where you can add a value to your current Clipper cards and get Clipper cards on the various platforms. But some people want to speak with a live body for certain services. And so we would have the live bodies like we do today in the customer service center. So they can, some people don't like machines. They want to interact with the person. And so similar to today, it would be on the west side of the site. A building blocks a lot of views. So if you try to park the building in the middle of the site, well, you have the smart train in the way, but also you wouldn't be able to see from one bus to the other. And for customers, more customers transfer between buses hundreds of times more than actually go in the customer service center to talk to a body. Being able to see when you get off one bus where your bus is, so you know it hasn't left yet, so you're not running too fast, is very, very helpful and beneficial to the overall design. So design is a series of striking a balance between competing priorities. Having it on site is valuable. A decade and a half ago, our customer service center was miles away. Having it where the customers are makes a lot of sense, but on the site, we don't want to obscure view lines. And so similar to today, if you need to talk to a live body, it is on the edge of the site, but you can do all your transactions there. You can get an I won't say RTC card because then someone will want to know what the abbreviation means. But if you require a special type of Clipper card because of, say, mobility or other accessibility issues, there's ways you can do that in person on site at this facility. But the bulk of it, for those that use a machine, we do it on the platforms. And I might add that going forward, for those that have a smartphone, you don't need to do a machine. You can do it all on your phone in terms of adding value and paying. So over time, hopefully we'll have fewer machines out there, which occupy valuable real estate. But initially, we'll have machines on the platforms.
Okay, so the day-to-day passengers will not need to.
No, and that's how it is today. We have people there for when people need that extra touch, and so we'll continue that service. It's invaluable if you're the person that needs to talk to a live body. Mm-hmm. And so we have live bodies there on site. We have a walk-up window that you can talk to. We sell Marin Transit passes. We sell, whatever you need for any of the people that access the site. We have a lost and found there. So if you leave something behind on a bus, you know where to pick it up. So that's actually a very, very busy function. It's one of the more common things to have on site, but it's not a daily thing that someone's going in talking to a live body. It's when you accidentally had your phone fall out of your pocket and land in the bus.
I've actually done that. Thank you. So it sounds like customer service wise, things will move very smoothly, and the services will be available not in the most convenient place, but at least on site. So that's great. Moving on to collaboration. I was really pleased to see in your presentation your collaboration with the city, and we've had a report from Director Miller that things are going well and that the issues are being resolved. Because as we discussed at Marin Transit, the concrete integration of this important structure in our city is very important. So thank you for that collaboration. I want to encourage all of the parties to continue to participate and put on their thinking caps and think about all those concrete things that we want to resolve now, not once after the concrete's been poured. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just have 4 questions. My colleagues, as always, really put a lot of them out there. So first on the community input, really building what Councilmember Bushy just said, I did want to give a shout out to Mara. I thought the plan that your outreach plan was really great. I know we met with the district last fall, maybe, and you had your original plan and we were hoping it'd be more robust, and you really took that to heart. And I'm so appreciative. And I think it really manifests in the design. The design is better because of it. And you knew that, but you really have gone out, and a shout out to Canal Alliance for their incredible partnership. We can't do that without our trusted messengers, some that are here tonight. I do want to ask, and this goes on Councilmember Micah's comments about how people can keep giving input, right? You have all this great information. Is there an online, like just whatever that is, and maybe there's not an answer tonight, but given the timelines, we still have another, several months on the design, whether big or small ideas.
Yeah, there is a project email address that's on the district website, so encourage folks to use that. And then, like I said, we're going to be heads down a little bit on design, but we will be coming back to the community in a few months, and every time we do that, we post all as much information as we can online so people can access it in their own time, and we'll continue to do that and make social media blasts and things like that aware, so folks are aware of upcoming meetings. But in the meantime, the project email address is a great way to reach us.
Which is?
Oh. It's srtc@goldengate.org.
Okay. srtc@goldengate.org.
Yeah.
Okay.
srtc@goldengate.org.
And my sense is they could just go to your website, put in the search bar, Bettini Transit Center, and it'll come up, that your search engine's maximized.
That's correct.
Okay.
And what Mara described in terms of the facade of the building and strong back and all that, that's kind of what they have to do. We got all this input. Now we need to make it, figure it out. And so we want to figure it out so we can come back to the community saying, this is what we heard. This is how we figured it out. Some things may work perfectly, like the strong backs and moving a wall. Other things, there may still be some open issues that we'll have to work through with the community as well as all our partners.
No, that's fantastic. When people give input, knowing how that manifests in the design. So I appreciate you connecting those dots for folks. Okay, the next question, and you alluded to this, Mara, in your presentation, how this project won't be the silver bullet for all of the collisions, biped collisions. I'm sorry that it won't be, but I did want to reiterate, and it's more question comment. We know from the local road safety plan, we know the problem intersections. We know them. And so in the design, and this is as much with the city as well, ensuring either if it's within the scope of the project or it's related, it's us also taking the commitment through our CIP to ensure that it's done at the same time. The last thing we want is to layer on additional issues there. So I think you're all nodding your head. You're like, okay, we heard you.
Agreed.
Okay.
Or to quote Mara, yes.
Yes. And I think you'll hear that when you meet with our Bicycle Ped Advisory Committee. We're really looking at the Vision Zero approach here. And so what does that look like? Okay, 2 more questions. 1, funding. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not sure if this came out correctly, but what I was trying to say is it's not a silver bullet to solve the congestion.
Oh, okay.
In that we were on the safety slide when I said it.
Okay.
But it's not a silver bullet for all of the congestion.
Yes.
We do hope, fingers crossed, it will be the silver bullet for collisions.
Great answer.
Of course, we only have control over so much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, the next question around funding, because we know this is going to cost a pretty penny. If you could just speak to that, Director.
Certainly. So we're still putting together the funding plan for the project. We have some funding in place. The first dollar is always the hardest dollar to get on a project. So we're fortunate that we have $30 million from Regional Measure 3. And last year, the State Supreme Court lifted any cloud over that. So that money will be available to us. We also have the value of the existing site, which we've committed that'll fund this project. We've identified about $9 million of federal grants that we have direct control over that we can direct to this project. That's a recent thing. So we're asking MTC to rubber stamp that, which they generally do. So that'll be taking effect in the next 90 days. We're currently applying for a RAISE grant application. We're very appreciative of the city's support of our application. We're seeking $20 million from a federal discretionary program nationwide. And then we know we'll put additional toll dollars into this project. So we have a variety of funding sources we're cobbling together. The good news is we have a big chunk of the money already because that's always the hardest dollars to get. When you're near the end, usually you can find grant agencies that'll help, top it off to get you where you need to be.
No, it's fantastic. And as there are many agencies involved, if there's support letters, I know that Smart and TAM obviously have been great. And we know that you are excellent at finding all the different pots of money. So the more we can continue to support you in all that. And then the final question, I think you answered it, Dennis, already. And the last slide was around the Cultural Resources Federal Agency. And I wanted to just confirm that the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria will be a part of this conversation in person,
Yes.
and not just a document.
Correct. We're reaching out to them. We will coordinate with them. We're working through the Federal Transit Administration, their process, but we've directly reached out to the Great Indian Tribe. We have a relationship with them.
Okay.
We're building a new ferry boat as we speak, and the tribe selected the name for our newest ferry boat that's finalizing the design, ready to start construction. Our newest ferry boat in our fleet will be called Liwa, which means water in coastal Miwok.
Fantastic. We love hearing how that true collaboration is happening. There might be other questions that come. We'll let you sit back down for a moment, and I'll turn it over to the public. And I will start by saying we appreciate the emails and the letters that we have received. We did get them. Thank you to the Madam City Clerk. We have read them. So feel free to reiterate what you've already sent to us or add something new. If you have any questions, we'll make note and then we'll ask all the questions at the end. So with that, come on up. We'd love to hear from you. Yeah, go ahead. And you can say your name and where you're from. Oh, you can just hand it to the City Clerk. Yep.
Photos there. I'm getting to the mic.
Yes, there you go.
I'm Lindsay Klump. Hello. I'm from San Rafael Heritage. I'm speaking on our concerns to save the portions of the Whistle Stop building that are the historic 1929 NWP Railroad Depot. Our President Leslie Simons regrets being unable to come here tonight. Heritage was formed to preserve the depot building. Our primary goal is the restoration or reconstruction of the building to its 1929 exterior, including the west elevation of the baggage building. We advocate for a full reconstruction of the 1929 depot as essentially a new building with the relocated historic arcade and west elevations that can house both transit functions and a tenant such as a cafe like the Mill Valley Station has. The space that was formerly a waiting room under the gabled roof shown in the photograph that I have there for distribution will make a great all-weather place for cafe seating and retail and serve as the front door for transit services. This would be far better, we think, designed than the courtyard shown in the concept design. We are passionate about the rebirth of San Rafael from these past years of COVID hardship. We visualize a city that represents itself as welcoming, inviting, delighting visitors and residents as they enter our charming, robust city. The depot building is a key part of that welcoming experience. A transit center that has an historic building at its heart would add character and a sense of rootedness for all of us. Even those who have no interest in history are often attracted to historic spots as inviting, comfortable, and relaxing. This opportunity should be taken with the depot and also with another historic Italianate-style building on 709 4th Street.
Thank you. If you could wrap up your comments.
Okay. Okay, is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And you can always email us too, your written comments if you didn't get the
Thank
last
you.
part.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, welcome.
Hello, members of the council, Madam Mayor. I'm Sue Burrell. I live in the Gerstle Park neighborhood, and I wrote a letter, but I wanted to come here tonight to echo what Lindsay just said about the importance of having a redoing of the 1929 historic building. I understand all the comments about how it's difficult to do it authentically, but I still think it's important for us to have a centerpiece in the transit center. I'm concerned that as good as the design is, and it's good that it is for all of the commuter aspects of the transportation and bikes and trains and buses, there should be a centerpiece that works as an entranceway to our fine city. My vision would be for us to have a waiting room with old style depot seating, a cafe, the public access offices that are not across the street. And it would have art, murals, or historic photos, or a combination of those. And it would give people that are coming to and going to work and to school or coming to visit San Rafael as tourists, it would give them a place to either wait or catch their breath before moving on. I also think that we need to think about the comfort of commuters. It's really cold and windy down on 3rd and 4th Street. And I, for one, if I'm waiting for the train to come, I would like to be able to be indoors, especially for several months of the year. I agree with the suggestions of the San Rafael Heritage Society about preserving additional historic elements and appreciating that some effort has already gone into this. So I would like in the remaining months that we have of the community input process, if people could think about, instead of having that plaza in between the two parts of the building, having that part enclosed and serving some of the functions I've expected, because I think it would be really consistent with the community input that we've had.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Hi, Aaron.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Kate and esteemed council members. I'm Aaron Burnett with Canal Alliance. My boss, Omar, submitted a letter a little past the deadline tonight with a more comprehensive comment, so I hope you can maybe add that to my brief comments tonight. But I'm very excited by what I saw in tonight's presentation, and I'm also very happy that the city has been insisting on, making sure that processes like this utilize equity and ensure that there's a focus on safety and access. I also really appreciate that community engagement is being done early, often, and throughout the process. I think that's really important. I think it's been I know it's been a pleasure working with Golden Gate on this project, and I hope that we can continue to be a source to provide more access to the canal community in the future. And then regarding, I should have written my comment. Regarding the community engagement aspect, I think the fact that there was not consensus on all of the items really goes to show that you were successful in bringing together not only a diverse demographic, but diversity in ideas. And I think it's always healthy to have that diversity in ideas when you're having these types of conversations. So I think that there was not consensus is actually a sign of success in the process. And I think a last thing I want to note is as we move forward to complete this project, I hope we can continue to look forward to focusing on equity and access in the canal neighborhood, specifically bringing easier bicycle and pedestrian access through a bridge from Harbor and Canal, bringing access to San Rafael High School and 3rd Street.
Thank you. And we will look forward to reading the letter. And again, thank you for all that Canal Alliance did to help bring folks to the conversation.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to apologize. I did not have the foresight to request translation today, and some of my fellow San Rafael residents will be giving a comment in Spanish, which I hope can be translated for the record. Thanks.
Okay, I will talk to Madam City Clerk how that can be done. And if it can't be done in live time, we will figure out a time not during this meeting where we can get the input.
Mayor Kate, if I just to make the announcement, if we were to receive a request, we would need that 48 hours in advance to be able to procure our interpreters for the evening.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Butler. Go
Hi
ahead.
there. Matt Butler, resident of San Rafael, and our presenters this evening made several veiled references to San Rafael's housing homeless problem, mentioning dark corners that would need to be lit, possibly the facility needing to be locked at night, and also armrests on benches, which is code for make them so people can't sleep on them. Now, they did not say the word homeless, but it is okay for them to say that and acknowledge it. It won't make the problem worse. It will just help shed light on it. California has 30% of the nation's homeless population. That number is growing by 6% annually. And I suggest designers, rather than trying to exclude homeless people, lock them out, and make the place unpleasant, make it more accommodating, because the numbers are increasing and will continue to do so for probably another 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Shunji Sakai Egi. I commuted to the city from San Anselmo for about 7 years and have commuted from, Rona Park and other areas as well. And so first and foremost, thank you to everybody. This is going to make public transportation much more approachable for all people. All right. I think there's a lot of people out there that have a lot of dignity. So to beautify this place, make it more approachable is great. So I don't currently commute to the city. And I think one thing that I've noticed, since the pandemic, obviously, we've lost a lot of ridership on the buses. When you lose ridership, you lose bus routes. We've lost one of our routes from Novato. For a long time, we lost a route from Petaluma. If you want to make this truly effective, you need riders, right? So I think we need to bring back those buses, especially from a commuter perspective, those commuter buses to the city from various jurisdictions. Also, we've lost a lot of buses within the specific bus route. There's less buses that are being offered, like that late night bus might not be running anymore. If you want to make this effective, you got to get people like me back on the bus. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Chris Barra, and I am a part of the community member of the Canal neighborhood. So as a member of the Canal community, I am here to express my gratitude for being a part of the CDAC during the design process of the new San Rafael Transit Center. As a user almost every day, as a public transportation, appreciate the opportunity to provide input and feedback to help make the new transit centers a success. I would like to thank the Golden Gate Bridge District, the project team, and the CDAC members. All the city members involved in the project, including all of you, for making me feel heard and valued. During the process, my opinions and ideas were valued and respected. So, and also all the team provide me with everything that I need to feel included in the CDAC group. I would also like to highlight the importance of allocating more slots for Spanish speaker community members on groups or forums. By doing so, we can ensure that the voices and needs of our community are properly represented in the planning and implementation of common projects. Thank you for your attention and commitment to promoting diversity and community engagement.
Thank you for your participation as well as your comments tonight. Welcome, Amy.
Hello, thank you. My name is Amy Lykofer. I'm a board member of San Rafael Heritage, and I was also a member of the CDAG as a representative of the Federation of San Rafael Neighborhoods that I chair. I'd like to first of all tell you how excited I am about getting to this point. It really has been a long process, but a very thoughtful process, and I thank Golden Gate for everything that they've done. I'm very happy to see this materialize. However, I do support the statement that Lindsay Klump, our vice president, read, and based upon Leslie Simon's very, very detailed application to the city for local landmark status. All the information is in the report that she submitted that Paul Jenkins asked that we pull out because they didn't have the staff to do it, and the price to analyze that report was prohibitive for us. So the historic nature of the building has been documented. While it has been altered, and I agree with Mara, it has been altered considerably over the decades, it is an historic structure. Just look up and down the Northwest Pacific line. Other communities have done this. While their depots have not been altered as much as ours, think of the grand company that we will be joining if we do as heritage requests that we do. Nevada, we've got Santa Rosa, we've got Petaluma, we've got Mill Valley. San Rafael really has a place in that pearl necklace of historic depots. And I call upon you to consider their request. I think that you would be very proud of this rather than having, in effect, a token depot there. I think that that's a grand gesture on the part of Golden Gate to preserve the facade, but there's so much more that could be done that I think would be part of your legacy. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Aurelia Vargas. Estoy emocionada de escuchar el proyecto de la nueva estación. Es algo que necesitamos. Pero como residente del canal, quiero agradecer a la ciudad de San Rafael, a Golden Gate Transit, por tomarnos en cuenta y estén dando la oportunidad a que seamos parte del diseño, que en realidad somos los que necesitamos y usamos más el transporte. Es muy importante que seamos parte y nos consideren al tomar estos proyectos en cuenta. Eso es todo lo que quiero comentar. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Buenas noches a todos aquí presentes. Mi nombre es Zoila Ríos. Como miembro de la comunidad, muchas gracias a todos ustedes y a todos los miembros del proyecto de la nueva central de San Rafael por considerar a nuestra comunidad para la retroalimentación de dicho proyecto. Esperamos seguir siendo parte del seguimiento y siguientes fases del proyecto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Collin and City Council members. I'm Jeff Rhodes, Executive Director of Resilient Shore and also a CDAG member. This evening, I'm expressing my enthusiasm for the progress made on the conceptual design of the Downtown Transit Center. The district has done excellent work engaging all stakeholders. This project is showing promise. It stands to be a once-in-a-generation investment in our city. Rare indeed is a $50 to $70 million project to improve mobility for transit and active transportation users at our downtown's doorstep. This project is also about city making. If done with masterful urban design and careful attention to all stakeholder needs, it will be transformative. It can be the catalyst for a post-COVID renaissance of our downtown. This is more than an engineering challenge. There are numerous detailed decisions yet to be made. A village is required to build a safe and smoothly functioning transit hub, memorable architecture, a civic place, and distinguished gateway for our downtown. It requires committed actions by the district team, city staff, and most importantly, the community, including the continued involvement of our amazing stakeholder representatives. Decisions made will be the difference between good and great. Differing stakeholder needs must be gracefully reconciled. You have the opportunity to tap the collective knowledge of our community's best and brightest. Involve us in developing deep dive recommendations on detailed design, regulatory, and operations issues. We know this place. We are ready to add to your capabilities. Let's work together to make the transit center the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for your comments. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Patrick Seidler. From Transportation Alternatives for Marin, which is a nonprofit that promotes sustainable mobility. And I wanted to thank the city and very much for all the work you've done through the years and all the participants that have been involved, particularly the San Rafael Department of Public Works, as well as the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District, their general manager, staff, and consultants. We've provided you a letter and a packet that was in the information we sent to you, and I'd like to direct your attention to 3 of the exhibits, or 4 of the appendices, as we called them. And the first one was on the section that April was talking about regarding fourth mission on the Greenway segment there. And so what we've done is we provided on Exhibit A, or Appendix A, shows a alignment that shows it's shown up for about 30 years on plans. So every study, every plan, the station area plans, the master bike plans, that alignment's basically been about in the same place. It's a really good place for both pedestrians and cyclists to get in and out of the San Rafael Transit Center and get across the downtown. So we really urge you to take a really close look at that, and also to complete that at the same time as the transit center is completed. The next one, which we consider to be very important, is we showed you a picture in our packet that San Rafael's done some really incredible work coming from the canal all the way up, now building up on Grand Avenue, the sidewalks and the Class 4 pathways. And we really need to connect that from Grand Avenue and forth over to the transit center. And we've given you some really good ideas of really nice, safe pedestrian access with protected interchanges and protected bike lanes. So we urge you to take a look at that. I know that the Department of Public Works is doing that. So please take a look at that. And then, of course, we have our comments regarding the apparently exciting 2nd to 4th Street section. And we've given you some good background material, bibliography, citations, and urge you to take a look at those in this it's good that people are excited about a couple of blocks down downtown San Rafael for walking and biking. Thank you again very much for all you've done. We look forward to completing the project.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you for the information and analysis you've given to the city. Thank you. Welcome, Bill.
Welcome. I am Bill Carney, Vice President of Sustainable San Rafael. The design before you tonight includes a number of the key elements needed for success, all of which will continue to benefit from continued community involvement to realize their full potential to create the best possible gateway to downtown. The design shows integrated transit operations of both buses and trains on a single block. However, the flow and connection among the various modes will benefit from further passenger input. The scheme has distinctive paving, demarcating passenger areas from bus zones, including quick and easy pathways between buses, trains, and amenities. Again, user input is needed to fully realize this concept. The plan includes a restored transit depot with many historical features. The dimensions, degree of enclosure, and interior uses merit more discussion with the historical community. And there are tall trees framing the center. This is great. Careful plant selection and review will be necessary. A key element needing further resolution is the integration of the multi-use path north-south Greenway in a manner that recognizes the primacy of passenger and pedestrian use of the transit center. And finally, to avoid increased traffic congestion, the proposed new 4th Street intersection behind the depot and other city street relocations need more study and review, including more intuitive and efficient passenger drop-off zones for drivers coming from both the east and the west. In short, an optimal project requires continued public involvement. Thank you for your guidance in this really critical project. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill, for your input. Anybody else? Hi, Al. Nice to see you.
Mayor Kate, how are you today? Thank you for letting me speak. I enjoyed the presentation. It was very exciting. I had a few questions. One, because it came up at the beginning of the meeting that a number of areas in San Rafael are in the flood zone, and you're building a significant structure possibly right in that flood zone. So I don't know what mitigations you might have in place or need to put in place to protect that asset. The other question that came to mind is if you're developing a public space, there's probably a number of considerations that a plain bus stop doesn't have to address to maintain safety for the community. And I'm not sure if this footprint here is a part of the city's responsibility to maintain the security, or if that falls to the transit agency. And if so, how many persons would be needed to be available to ensure that they are safe in this new space? Part of that question is, how many people are they envisioning using this particular location? Are we saying 100 people, 500 people? How many could it handle? And again, the size is important towards understanding the safety considerations. One of the other speakers mentioned the growing population of homeless that may obviously want to use that space for their own purposes, which would, in my mind, make it a less attractive location to pick up a bus and might discourage people from using it. Those are some of my questions.
Thank you. Anyone else like to approach the council on this item? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to close the public comment, and I heard 5 questions that I'll quickly read. First, I did want to thank all the CDAG, I don't even know what that stands for, Citizen Design Advisory Group. Did I get it? All right. I want to thank all the volunteers, as well as the people that participated in the open houses. So I know many of those speakers made the effort to come here this evening, so thank you. Okay, so the questions we heard, the indoor versus outdoor waiting area. Second, ridership numbers. There was a talk about that, and I know I've heard Dennis speak to that. And then Al just talked about the number of riders per day, so really talking about that. Historic structure, if you could just delve in. There were quite a few speakers who had a very particular interest there. Flood zone mitigation, and then the security. So I'm not happy to repeat any. I just gave
Thank
all
you.
this.
We'll do the best we can.
Okay.
In terms of passenger waiting areas, the most important things we heard from the customers that participated in the CDAG process was screening from wind, but primarily sun and from rain. People catch buses and ferry boats, lots of locations. We have overhead protection at some locations, some we have none. The more intensely used an area is, the more we have, awnings or something. But we don't have enclosed waiting areas at any of our bus stops anywhere along our system from Santa Rosa to San Francisco or across Richmond-San Rafael Bridge to the Delaware BART station. So that's not something commonly done at bus stations. Particularly, this isn't Buffalo, New York in February. This is San Rafael in February. And so, thank goodness. It doesn't seem to lend itself for that need. So I just thought I'd offer that. We live in what's commonly referred to as a Mediterranean climate, and we're fortunate to be blessed with this climate.
Okay, thank you.
So passengers, 9,000 a day was what it was pre-pandemic. It's approaching that again. So 9,000 people a day is a small city. That's bigger than several towns in Marin.
Yes, it is.
So I think that qualifies as an intensity of use. With respect to safety, having an intensity of use solves a lot of problems. We have a lot of people coming and going. We have a lot of visibility. We have lighting. Generally, you don't have issues. Where you have areas where you have less coming and going, less intensity of use, you may have more issues. The current transit center, we have a private vendor that provides security, Barbieri Security. We work very closely with San Rafael PD. The Bridge District does not have any sworn peace officers. We have security cameras in the current facility. Many years ago, we worked to share that with San Rafael. It is a collaboration, but having an intensely used facility, a well-used facility, a facility with good lines of sight, whether you're driving by or walking on the site, goes a long ways towards making people feel comfortable. And we're fortunate that for most of our facilities, people feel very, very comfortable waiting and using our services.
I'll just add one more thing on the question about the waiting room. This actually did come up at the Community Design Advisory Group, and we heard from the transit riders that their experience is really they get off one bus, they want to go to their next bus. This isn't a Amtrak, once a train once every 2 hours type service. It's really a few minutes between buses. They don't want to be in a waiting room. They want to be out there to make sure they don't miss their bus. So it's really more focused on the waiting areas at the bus bays as opposed to a central gathering spot.
We thank you. We like that you're.
But they want bathrooms.
What?
But they want bathrooms just in case.
There we go. Well, we like that you're centering the user of the project.
Bathrooms, water fountains. No, I will reiterate that we definitely heard that quite clearly, that a larger waiting space for the sake of waiting for the bus or the train wasn't a true need, that it might well be a lovely environment, but it wouldn't necessarily be intended to serve the bus riders. We also recognize that we need to fall within the criteria of the environmental approvals that limits the amount of square footage inside the building. We have discussed a number of potential design alternatives in the preliminary design process right now that may, create an increased amount of shelter over the courtyard. Fully enclosing it and making it conditioned interior space is probably not practical or compliant based on the current EIR process. But we do believe that there are other ways to achieve the similar type of shelter that was described by the comments. I'll elaborate a little bit with respect to some of the comments related to the heritage elements. This could be a very long conversation over many glasses of wine, but to try to keep it concise, we are absolutely committed to including the elements that still exist today from that early railroad era. So all of the requests that have been made by the San Rafael Heritage team and other members of the community who have an interest of this, all of the requests that are physically possible within the constraints of the site, the constraints of the EIR, and what physically exists today, including historic record, we are doing everything we can to reasonably accommodate. We also recognize that life looked a little bit different in 1929 than it does this century. And so we want to make this a place that is thriving for people today and into the future, and is by doing so will create a really amazing representation of the past. So bringing the past forward and making it a really well-loved and well-used space that may not be able to look exactly like 1929. The other stations that were referenced in the Emerald Necklace or something like that was a great analogy, haven't been built on top of in the way that the building here has. The constraints are just extremely different. And so it's not an apples to apples. It's almost not even apples to oranges. We're getting closer to apples to turkeys here in terms of comparison to these other depot buildings. But we do have a very strong interest in preserving those elements where it is reasonably possible, and then respecting the criteria that, even though we technically don't have to today as not a legally historic structure, we do aim to respect the criteria put forth by the U.S. Department of the Interior around historic preservation guidelines and standards.
Thank you for adding on, because obviously we heard speakers that were very interested in that. And then the last question was the flood zone mitigation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've spent a lot of time looking at maps. We really like maps. And actually I would reference the document that was issued last week and presented at, was it TAM or SMART? TAM.
TAM was Thursday, SMART was Wednesday.
Okay, TAM at TAM. Following the presentation on this project, they shared the 100 and the 500-year floodplains. This project is in the 500-year floodplain right at the edge of that, and not the 100-year floodplain, which makes it slightly less bad than may have been implied earlier. So we are at the edge of what sea level rise would be eventually, but are quite down the line on that. So nonetheless, we are not ignoring it and hope it goes away. The transit center is situated so that the area that is likely to be inundated first is the southeastern corner of the bus canopy area, kind of where City Blank sits today. So we're putting the building at the far end of the last place there that would potentially be inundated by water, and considering potential mechanisms at the bus depot area, the kind of under the bus canopy, that would allow it to be more resistant to moisture. And then, obviously considering drainage and whatnot. Today, the site does not, unlike many other parts of the region, does not have drainage issues. We got feedback from the big storms December 31st a year ago. Nothing, no problems at the Whistle Stop building, no problems on the site itself, nothing backed up. And so that in of itself tells us that today we're in good shape. We are looking at potential mitigation measures at the building. There are some kind of decisions and some analysis that needs to be made ongoing. But the building itself is the farthest away from any potential concern. It's an ongoing process.
That is for sure. Mitigating for sea level rise. Thank you. So I think I'll let you sit down, the three of you, unless there are additional questions. I will turn to my colleagues for any additional questions or comments in place. Vice Mayor Hill.
Well, this is, I can't even count the number of times I've had the opportunity to be engaged in this process. So thank you, Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District, for being the lead agency on this. We've seen, I was struck by the very beginning of the presentation that it was led with data around the ridership and that it highlighted why equity is important. And I've appreciated everything that has happened from the beginning around intentional community engagement. I think it is reflected in the current design. I expect it could iterate further. But I've appreciated that was where the presentation started. I also appreciate the sheer number of items that have to be considered inside of the constraints that we have. As much budget as you're going after, it is still a real constraint. We're constrained by the geography. We're constrained by it fitting into a block. We're constrained by what are the real needs of our constituency. We have pedestrians, we have bicycle riders, we have folks from the canal in East San Rafael. We have even folks that may not use transit today that we're trying to attract. So I'm very appreciative of where we are in the process. I will claim that I use the transit app. Dennis Mulligan called it out, so thank you. I've used the gamification feature for many years. I was the #1 rider on what used to be the 27 line, which has been converted to 132, and I have converted to Clipper on my phone. So anyway, for all community members, I do encourage you to actually use the transit center as it is today and get used to what the new one will be. So I appreciate all the effort that's gone into it from all the members of this community, from Marin Transit as well. This is a project that I'm very ready for it to break ground, hopefully as early as 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Yeah, thank you for the update. It's really great to see version 11. I'm really glad the conversation's continuing and that you're really open and receptive for the community input. And it's clear that that community input has made a difference in the design. And I know you can't take everybody's community input because that would just not be possible. But the work that's been done and it's reflected here really shows the time and effort that's been made. A lot of people use that transit center because they have to use the transit center to get to school or get to work. Some use it because they're being conscious of environmental needs, but we know that there's a lot of people who rely on that for their life and their livelihood. And I have Clipper on my phone too. So, but we really appreciate, the work that's going into this. It is so critical. And this is going to be one of those items, those legacy items that we're all going to be able to look back at, because you don't do this every couple of years. It is a once in a lifetime type of project. So thank you for thinking about now as well as for the future, because we have many generations who are going to need to benefit from this design and work. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation and for answering all our questions. It's great. Especially thank you, as I echo Vice Mayor Hill, around the equity component. We have like a very large part of our community that depends on public transportation. We want to encourage more public transportation to the new generations as well. And I think the more routes we have, the better services we have, the more people are going to actually respond. And I really want to encourage you to continue the outreach, maybe thinking about switching the summer for some other dates. And if we can help in any way engaging with the community, with the youth and people in the canal, let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilmember Bushy, I think the first time you were in a meeting on this project was 2016.
I remember the first one.
Yes.
The first one, the first one that kicked this all off. So it's super exciting to see it coming up close to fruition. I wish that I could say that I was still a rider of the 27, but or the 32. That's how long I remember the bus. But very appreciative of the level of collaboration that we're seeing with our team and with the community to bring forward something that in the future will hopefully attract more bus riders so that we can, as Jeff Rhodes put it, be the catalyst for the revitalization of downtown San Rafael. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. And I'll just close by saying this is a regional project. And it was so nice to be able to indulge in the San Rafael centric part, but in TAM and SMART. And it is instrumental and important to the entire region. And the fact you're able to navigate all the different agencies is incredible to this point. And I'm really optimistic and hopeful that will continue. And even though we're looking at this large regional, lots of agencies in it, if you just narrow it down on a San Rafael centric viewpoint, it's delivering. And I'm really excited about that. I was trying to dig out the document and former Mayor Gary Phillips was here on the San Rafael priorities. Do you remember that criteria, that document? And I was going to dig it out and bring it tonight. And then I was like, you know what? You are already, you are where you need to be. We didn't need to go and find that document, but it's to say that we have been in conversation for a very long time, and not just with our city, but recognizing that the immediate impact is mostly on our city because it's at the gateway and it really serves our community members. So thank you for your ongoing partnership in this collaboration. I know we're not near the finish line yet, but I can really feel the commitment both from the community, from the city. Thank you, Director Miller, and your team for the work that has already happened and will happen to date. And we look forward to having an update that you have all the dollar signs in the final project, I don't know, the end of this year, beginning of next. So thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. And thank you all who came and gave comments this evening. Thank you so much. And there's no action on it because we were just having a conversation. So we will now move to the public hearing. While you all are getting set, we will let folks leave. We have a public hearing this evening, not two. We have one public hearing this evening. It's a general plan and housing element annual progress reports and updated informational report regarding challenges to approving and developing housing. That title was almost as long as the report. This report was incredible, and thank you for being here. We really look forward to our conversation this evening. Welcome. Wait, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Kate, council members, members of the public, and fellow staff. My name is Mel Burnett. I'm a housing and homelessness analyst with the Community Development Department. And tonight we'll be presenting the General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2023. So this will include a review of background information, general plan program highlights, housing element program highlights, regional housing needs allocation or RHNA progress, city efforts to address barriers to housing development, and options for the council to consider. So San Rafael's general plan is the city's blueprint for meeting the community's long-term vision for the future. The state requires all cities to prepare and adopt a general plan. San Rafael's General Plan 2040 was adopted on August 2nd, 2021. And the general plan is comprised of 13 different elements, including the housing element. And altogether, these contain over 800 different programs. The state then requires cities to prepare an annual progress report on the status of the city's general plan. The housing element annual progress report is also prescribed by the state through California Department of Housing and Community Development. The general plan and housing element APRs must be presented to the city council for review and acceptance prior to submission to the governor's office of planning and research. and to HCD by April 1st each year. So San Rafael's general plan does include over 800 programs, and each of these are detailed in attachment 1, pages 22 to 127. The program progress updates were compiled from across all city departments responsible for implementing general plan programs and policies. And we give a great congratulations to the entire city team on the tremendous accomplishments made in 2023. Highlighted on this slide are just a handful of these achievements. So the 4th Street intersection realignment project received over $3 million from One Bay Area Grant 3 funding and is currently in the design phase. In this project already, the B Street was converted from one-way to two-way traffic. The Police Advisory and Accountability Committee was appointed with representation from each district in the interview and in the appointment process. And San Rafael ranked 4th among medium-sized communities nationwide in the top 40 arts vibrant communities of 2023. The city was also awarded $800,000 in grant funding for community outreach and the creation of a canal priority development area. This slide goes over some of the housing element program highlights. So San Rafael's current housing element for the 2023-2031 cycle was adopted on May 15th, 2023. All 44 programs within the housing element are detailed in attachment 1, pages 13 through 19. And highlighted here are also a few of the accomplishments that were achieved on these programs already in 2023. The city awarded $1.45 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund across 3 distinct affordable housing projects, including towards gap funding for 40 units, the renovation of 4 units, and the rehabilitation of 125 housing units. The city issued a building permit to convert an office building at 3301 Kerner Boulevard into 40 units of permanent supportive housing, and the city also matched a gap funding award from the county to the same project. The city was awarded $250,000 in a second round of encampment resolution funding, and from the first round of ERF funding received, there were 12 individuals from the 17-person grant-funded caseload who secured permanent housing in 2023. The city's code enforcement division completed 1,826 rental housing inspections across 58 different properties. And again, these were just a handful of the accomplishments. This slide shows affordable housing projects that were recently completed or are under development. 999 3rd Street, Vivillon Healthy Aging Campus was completed and opened in 2023 this year, providing 66 affordable senior housing units. Terra Linda Manor, this property was naturally occurring affordable housing and Bridge Housing. The housing developer purchased the property and is able to preserve the full 125 units to remain affordable. This rehabilitation is expected to be completed in 2025. 3301 Kerner Boulevard, this property was an office building that is being renovated into 40 units of permanent supportive housing, also expected to be complete in 2025. This summary table shows overall housing units that received entitlements, building permits, and were completed in 2023. In total, there were 195 units entitled, 112 units that received permits, and 111 units were completed. Included in the projects that received their entitlement last year were the 1515 4th Street apartments with 162 units. Included in units permitted last year, 3301 Kerner Boulevard, which will provide the 40 units of permanent supportive housing. And included in the units that were completed last year, Vivillon's Healthy Aging Campus at 999 3rd Street with 66 affordable units for seniors. So this chart shows the city's progress toward our regional housing need allocation or RHNA for the current cycle. The chart shows permits issued by level of affordability, and jurisdictions only receive RHNA credit for permits that are issued. I'll guide us through the top row to provide an example of the overall information that's displayed in the chart. So starting on the left by income level, the very low income housing need allocation is 857 for the overall housing element cycle. In 2023, the city issued building permits for 40 units at the very low income level. And actually, all of these 40 units are restricted to extremely low income households, which HCD did start tracking for this housing element cycle as a subset of those very low income units. So the total for very low and extremely low units issued building permits in the cycle so far has been 40, shown in the column in green. And the remaining RHNA until the end of this cycle in 2031 is 817 units. Overall, San Rafael issued permits for these 40 very low income units, 28 low income units, and 70 above moderate income units in 2023, totaling 138 units issued building permits so far in the current cycle. The overall remaining RHNA across all income levels for the current cycle is 3,082. And I'll pass it off to Alexis Kaptanian to continue the presentation.
Thanks, Mel. So the table that Mel just presented shows the city's RHNA progress through December 31st, 2023 in the context of the 8-year cycle. And what we've done with the chart on this slide is show the city's RHNA progress based on the year one allocation only. So this is prorated. It's the RHNA allocation. It's 1/8 of the total 8-year RHNA allocation. So if you look at the bottom bar of this graph, which includes the units across all income levels, you can see that overall the city issued building permits for a little over 1/3 of the units that are necessary to be on track at the end of year one. And the city did not issue the target number of building permits for year one in any income category. And while the city's role is important, there are some market forces and factors that are outside of the city's control. So these are 5 large projects listed on this slide that represent 589 units that have been entitled by the city's planning department in recent years, but have yet to pull building permits and start construction. So community and economic development staff have outreached developers with entitled projects, and in many cases, projects have encountered financing challenges. And so staff is working to identify ways that the city can assist in such circumstances, such as through deferred fee payments that better align with project cash flow. I do want to point out that while the city did not achieve the prorated RHNA allocation for year one, the number of building permits issued and the number of units finalized have been increasing in recent years and remain significantly higher than the lows in 2018 and 2019, as shown in this graph. The green line shows units issued building permits, and the blue line shows units finalized over the past 6 years. And this has been something that the city has been working on for a number of years. Back in 2020, the city council directed staff to move forward with policies to address barriers to housing development. And to date, staff has completed 12 of the 15 policies that were identified. Most recently, in December 2023, the city council adopted changes to the commercial linkage fee, including additional flexibility in determining the timing of the fee payment. In 2024, staff will bring objective design standards to the city council for consideration. And beyond the original 15 policies, staff has continued to identify opportunities to support housing development, and those actions were included in the housing element programs adopted by the city council last year. They include, for example, further streamlining of development approval to reduce the time between project proposal and entitlement. So wrapping up, again, as Mel mentioned, following presentation to your city council, staff will submit the annual progress report to the state by April 1st. And as we were preparing for this presentation, we identified a few minor updates that we would like to make before submission to more accurately reflect the city's progress on 3 programs. In 2 cases, a description of the progress is already provided. And so we're asking to change the status of the program. It should be changed from no action to progress to match the description. And then in the 3rd instance, we'd like to add a descriptive update to the housing element program related to parking standards to note that the city's compliance with all state requirements. Staff is recommending that the city council accept the reports with the changes just described. Mel and I are joined tonight by Community and Economic Development Director Micah Hinkle and Planning Manager Margaret Kavanaugh Lynch, and our team is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation and way to encapsulate the high level of a very, very thorough analysis. So I will turn to my colleagues for questions. I'll start with the Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor Hill.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Going back to one of your slides on the production of units at the Vivalon Healthy Aging Campus, Terra Linda Manor, and 3301 Kerner, are some of those units or all those units not countable because they do not each have kitchens? Is that accurate, or am I misunderstanding? I thought there were some units we can't count because of congregant living circumstances.
So all of those units, the 3301 Kerner, all 40 units will be counted, and for the Vivalon Healthy Aging Campus, or have been counted, excuse me, and as well for the Vivalon Healthy Aging Campus, they all have sufficient, the units are built out in a way that we're able to count them. It is true that there are some circumstances where if there's not enough of a kitchen space and an independent living space, the state has not allowed to count it. But in these circumstances, we're counting all of those units.
Great, thank you. That was my only question.
Yeah, great question. I'll go this way though. Councilmember Bushy.
I love the report. Great spreadsheets, lots of detail. Really wish there were bigger numbers in a lot of these boxes though. I'm very concerned about our progress towards meeting those arena goals. We're not off to a good start. We're less than a third of what we need just this year. You've got all kinds of documentation of best efforts going on here. I'm wondering first, just to confirm that there's nothing else out there that we can think of that we should be doing. I'll let you confirm that. And then second, the question is, are we creating any risk for ourselves with the what's the housing agency called? HCD. So anything else that can be done and any risk?
Sure. I think one of the things that the city has done in the past and will continue to do is to stay in conversation with developers about the barriers that they are experiencing to housing development and approval. And that is actually one of our programs in the housing element, is to keep that communication ongoing so that we can help problem solve. One of the examples we used in the presentation and in the report is if there are financing challenges, sometimes development impact fees, the payment of those doesn't align with the cash flow of the project. And so looking at, could we, do half payment and payment at a later time, or what are the options to kind of work with our developers to try to get these projects going? So that's to answer your first question. The second question around risks. So the HCD does have a housing accountability unit, and if they believe a city is not acting in compliance with their adopted housing element, they can report the city to the Attorney General. They can revoke housing element compliance. What we've seen is that the intention is important, seems to be important. So if a city is obstructing development, that we've seen the state kind of take action on that. But it is sort of an evolving conversation.
And it's not strictly driven by the numbers.
It doesn't. So far, it seems not to be driven strictly by the numbers, but also by the city's effort to promote housing development and not obstruct housing development.
Fantastic, which is beautifully documented in your report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Yoranz Gulati.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. A lot of data in there. I'm assuming that some of the housing that has been built, they are like ADUs. They are included, right? So that was one of my questions. And I guess the other one, just thinking about like the 3301 Kerner transforming like a office building into housing. I know that that's not something easy to do, but do we see in San Rafael like any other opportunities where we could approach owners of office buildings to turn them into housing? There we go.
Having trouble with my button. Thank you for the questions. One, I did have this slide in our back pocket on ADU development. Absolutely. We have a chunk of our RENA units that are ADUs, and we continue to see, as you can see in this graph, strong ADU development as we've seen in the past several years following the changes in state law. And so this year, we had, so the green is ADU permits issued. It's looking like we had about, what, 32? Does that sound right, Mel? Okay, great. And then as far as office conversions, there are, so part of the housing element is the housing sites inventory, the opportunity sites where we identify possible parcels that might be work well for housing development. And we have included several potential office buildings that are underutilized or vacant. So there are opportunities. I see Director Hinkle up here, so I'll see if he wants to chime in.
Sure. Micah Hinkle, Community and Economic Development Director. I do think that's something that's going to be as part of our future, as a lot of the office ownerships are kind of going through the different banking process, especially with the work from home. They just have different tenant clients. So what's happening in the market is a lot of these office buildings are holding on their leases as they expire out, but there's no one to come take the vacancy. So in essence, those property assets are being reevaluated for highest and best. Policy-wise, we are looking at those housing opportunities. They've been targeted as such. So I do anticipate seeing more properties come forward, and a little less on conversion, but probably demolition and rebuild and really reevaluation of the entire sites themselves. So as we get more of these long-standing property owners holding, empty office assets, I do think this will be something that will come forward to us. We've been approached with just exploration processes so far, but nothing as full entitlement packages to move forward. So, but I do anticipate this as part of our future.
Great. Thank you so much. That's helpful. Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Yes, thank you for the report. I think I asked this before, but I don't recall. The RENA total, I'm going to go more optimistic. We reach our RENA total, but not necessarily at the income levels. And we're reaching it at the lower, say we reach it at the very low and low, as opposed to above moderate. Right now, that the above moderate is where we're actually seeing more. But how will the state address that?
I think, go ahead.
So what I can say is, I think the state is encouraging housing unit development and increase to the housing supply in general. We do have a lot of residents in San Rafael who are low income, who are extremely low income. So we're really excited about seeing those units come online. What I will say as far as the state's evaluation, we are evaluated for SB 35 in two ways. First, on our above moderate performance. And so if we were to achieve sufficient above moderate performance, we would then be evaluated on our low income performance. And so right now, San Rafael, based on its previous performance, previous RENA cycle, is in the most inclusive streamlining category. So we are required to streamline projects that are at minimum 10% affordability. If we met our above mod but didn't meet our low income, we would then be in a category of streamlining for 50% projects with at least 50% affordability.
Okay, great.
If I could just add to, we're not alone, right? San Rafael's not alone in this question about, are you going to meet the RENA cycles and numbers? But I know we put a lot of effort, council has, staff has, in terms of kind of doing the backlog of housing for this community that really hasn't been built for some time. So that's where the tremendous opportunity comes into play, particularly in downtown with the precise plan and the vision for that. The infrastructure in place, the density is allowed. So we do anticipate more projects and coming forward, kind of meeting some of these all housing level needs. So.
Great. Another follow-up question on the ADUs. I know we're tracking the number of ADUs. Do we also track, are they used for actual inventory, housing inventory, or are they used for personal use?
It's a great question. So one of the things that we have built into our housing element programs and the the program on ADUs and JADUs is to do a survey on how these ADUs are being used once they're built, and if they're being used as rentals or in many cases, ADUs are used to house a family member, potentially a senior family member or a family member with a disability. Another piece of sort of the data puzzle that I think we'll be bringing to your council for consideration later this year is we have been exploring with the county and with some other jurisdictions expansion of the Napa-Sonoma ADU Center into Marin County to provide services and support to homeowners. And they will also be able to provide additional data on those types of questions.
That's great. One more follow-up question on this. You mentioned SB 35. As of January, there were a number of new state laws to encourage more housing. And on the same side, it was to make it easier for people to bring in development projects. And at the same time, it takes away the city's sort of control. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts, like, are you hearing more about that or seeing more projects potentially because of these new laws that are coming forward? Are we seeing that that's going to play in San Rafael?
I think there's definitely more interest in moving projects forward using SB 35 and the tools that have been allotted there by the state. And I do think a lot of it really has to do about our general plan targeted for housing. We did allow basically residential development across the city, all zones. So there's a lot of processed measures that this council has already taken to address this issue. So I do think we're in a good position to continue tracking progress for increasing our housing numbers within this community. But there's also a balance to this, and something that we always have to kind of look at for commercial or service and like what's the balance to this. So it's something we're definitely cognizant of. We continue to track and look at projects, really what the community needs are and quality design and how does it fit within our community as a whole.
And what tools do we have to help with that in terms of within like what can the city do and have that we need to take into consideration versus what the state's telling us we can't do?
Well, I think we have the standardized, well, I'm sorry, what's the term on this one, Alexis?
Design standards?
Or yes.
Objective design standards.
Objective design standards, apologies. That are actually went through the planning commission, so they'll be moving forward to council at some point. So that actually helps kind of set the positions on quality design elements. The other one is really our precise plan. This is where we really target a lot of the housing and density allotted. And that actually has its own call outs in terms of design approaches as part of our form-based code. So a lot of these things are in place for that. I think the real question that we're going to have to look at is overall utility and infrastructure. It being a 1800 city, there's a lot of things that need to be upgraded and reevaluated. So we continue to look at these projects, how they actually meet all the technical requirements in terms of meeting those service demands of those new development. So those are the parts that we always analyze as part of our project packages.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And really building on the questions we've already heard, I wanted to build on what Vice Mayor Hill was getting at. So the Lincoln project, can't come up with the name in the moment, and like Oakmont, for example. So there are quite a few units of folks that probably lived in San Rafael, moved out of their single family home. Is there any progress or appetite for our continued advocacy at the state to have those units counted towards our arena numbers?
So it does seem like there's a shift potentially. We have a potential project that we've just had preliminary conversations with, and the developer has been in conversation with HCD around assisted living units and believes that most of those units will be counted. Whereas, as you said, a few years ago when Oakmont, which I believe is called the Vincent now, came through, the city didn't receive credit, although people were, 100 people moved in to live there full time. So we're hopeful that that is shifting and the state is starting to recognize that is housing for our population.
We often mention it to our state electeds when we see them because for this very reason, right? On the ADUs, and thank you for all the information on the ADUs. I'm curious, I know we have objective design standards coming down for projects having to do in the precise plan. Are we going to have design standards for the ADUs? And the only reason I ask is, one, I see them uptick, which is great. We want those here. And there have been a few emails where an ADU has gone in and it might not fit the design of the house or the neighborhood. I'm just trying to figure out how we have that balance. We don't want it to be a challenge, but I do think it can't just be a pro forma approval. So could you speak to how we're managing that?
I think this really goes to the design center that has been adopted in other communities in the North Bay. That really does provide kind of the upfront services to support homeowners in having those pre-approved design packages for ADUs, trying to actually lower the cost for them, but then also provide kind of better guidance and support of this. You know, we do have specific criteria you have to remain in order to meet the requirements, but it's also meeting with them on the upfront about the expectation levels and supporting their neighborhoods, right? We just build a quality product within your house and your neighbors that we can all enjoy and has quality over time.
So the Sonoma agency that's doing that, they have ADU design packages, as it were?
That's correct. And there's really a joint program that was put together, I believe Napa and Sonoma County, supporting really those, I guess, upfront resources for homeowners as they're looking for options. Because it really is kind of a hard thing. Like, hey, where do I get an ADU? Where do they plan? Where do they start with? When they actually provide those kind of pre-leveled approaches, supporting that customer service about how to make this easier. Enough where they have pre-vetted, approved designs. There are quality designs you can actually get from architect firms that have already done them and actually install those. So that's actually a model I think we're going to explore and probably bring something forward to council at some point.
I don't know if you wanted to add on that. Okay, switching gears. Again, going deep on that, I love this stuff. So I think I read almost every word. Although that one chart that the lines were like this big, I don't know what was on that chart. I'm just saying that. So you talked about the RBRs, which is the resale building reports. And I just wanted to give a shout out to code enforcement. So they, in 2023, according to the reports, 485 reviews that they did. And I bring that up because the RBR was a big deal. When we put that program in, we didn't have anything that gave us the ability to look at existing housing stock over time. So I'm curious, because that RBR program was put in 2017, 2016, around there. Are there any changes that we would like to see to the RBR program? Or has anything come up, best practices? And maybe that's not something to be answered now, but something to look at now that the program's been in process for at least 5 years.
Well, I think that gives us an opportunity to actually evaluate the program on its impact.
Yeah.
And also what resources are required to actually operate it correctly. We did an awful lot of inspections all the time, but we're still not even close to really, if you look at our total inventory stock, there's actually a lot more to inspect and review. And really, it's just, they're looking at the minimum standards for compliance, right? Did you get a permit for that addition?
We didn't have that though. Before we had the RBR program, we didn't even have those minimum.
I remember those days. So yes, but I do think it, like when we look at all our programs, it gives us those opportunities to kind of reevaluate where they're at, how successful they've been, and also any modifications that are required to actually continue their success.
Yeah, I think we have enough data now to do that. Okay, just two more questions. So we had talked about in the downtown precise plan, that was created in community with a lot of stakeholders. And it's a very aggressive plan, which we agree with the density. Having said that, or in addition, now we have SB 35, SB 9, we have these other state laws that are coming down. Are we going to be looking at the intersection of how our downtown precise plan, how it will manifest given today's regulatory environment, our state laws? Is that something that we're looking at? Because maybe our plan went too far, maybe it doesn't go far enough, because we want to create the condition for the type of projects we want.
So the answer is yes, and it's also analyzing really what the state legislature keeps putting out. Just being caught up on these things, and I get briefings that get sent out, and I'm just trying to catch up and read the documents behind them. And I think it's really taking that time to understand that, but also how does it apply to our precise plan that was done before these things came into play. So I know there's that opportunity, and also how to make these things actually more user friendly. A lot of them are legislation, or even for our form-based code. How do we actually kind of support that vision? For our development community and who wants to make that investment to give them better guidance on how to do that.
Well, this report looks at 2023, so it's really highlighting as we go forward for next year. We'll be talking about this. And the very last one, and my colleagues talked about this quite a bit. We don't build housing. Somerville doesn't build housing. None of us here in this room build housing. What we do is we create the environment so the projects come forward. And so we've heard, every single one of my colleagues talked about the concern that we're not meeting our numbers. So I have 2 questions on that, or 3 questions. So of the policies that were identified back in 2020 of, you already talked about the changing the order of financing payments is something you're looking at. The design review board, that came to the council last December, and there was concern from the community that the timing wasn't right. I want to put that back forward again. This is one of the reasons why we've had that conversation about the design review board. And it's not to stop getting community input, but it's to enable that input to happen during the right time in the process. So I'm hoping that the DRB is something you'll continue to look at. And then the other is, I can't even read my own handwriting. Oh, the inclusionary percentage. So that was a big deal. And that was one of the other policy numbers. So we're at 20%. We were at 10, we went to 20%. And this, again, I recognize this report is 2023 and looking back. I understand what we're doing here, but I'm putting this forward so when we come forward later this year or next year, 2024, these have been daylighted. And that is, do we want to change that inclusionary number? For all the reasons that we're talking about. So when we're sitting here next year, that our numbers are better. So you say yes, but I just want to pose that because there's been a lot of conversation, I know, at the staff level about all these policies.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when the inclusionary was adjusted by the city council, there was a commitment to come back. I think it was in 3 years to provide an evaluation. And so the intention is to come back later this year with an update for the city council.
Right. Okay. And then my last comment, we had a lot of conversation around commercial or retail and converting to housing. I'm a supporter, and yet if you have a retail site or commercial site that is generating taxes and then they go to residential. So I'm curious how if the state, maybe state doesn't even care, but how do we as a community capture that loss, that revenue loss, even though we're getting something we want, which is residential housing? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up because it really does become a policy question. Enough worry from our general plan. We have actually a few policies that speak to that basic, concern about this fiscal impact of housing development and the balance of commercial and jobs within our community. So I do think as we're evaluating different projects, a lot of information is being done in terms of our actual, what is the city's fiscal cost to provide those services? How are we being made whole? What's the fair share component of development? So we're trying to find that balance within it. So that's part of these same discussions when you start looking at inclusionary housing and then also basically service impacts to the community. We're at a balanced position, but we continue to take on additional development that actually may have additional costs. But then losing a revenue source kind of puts us in a different conversation about where we need to go and why. But having, I guess, the data behind that support it, that kind of make that policy decision, I think is really critical for us. So I do think that's something we'll be evaluating as we move forward.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because we can understand the trade-offs and we can say we accept those trade-offs and support them through additional policy. So
yes,
I think those are the questions we have for now. There might be more after we hear from the public. So we'll let you sit down for a moment and I will open up the public comment on this item. And welcome, Mr. Carney.
Hi again, Bill Carney, Vice President of Sustainable San Rafael. I want to begin our comments on this item by emphasizing how important affordable housing in walkable communities or walkable neighborhoods is for equity, the equity, economy, and environment of San Rafael. That is all 3 of the E's that are needed for a sustainable community. After I talk to housing, I'm going to have a couple of others talk to other elements of the general plan that are, in fact, robust climate actions that are also covered in the 100-page chart that we've all been going over the last few days. The early progress on a number of programs in the housing element of the general plan support the goal of reaching a more diverse and less car-dependent community. These include ADUs, as you've been talking about, the Housing Trust Fund support of new units, and the city's launching of a program to convey air rights over public properties for affordable housing. Still, the development of units projected in the progress report show that we need a clearer roadmap to achieving RHNA goals for the low, very low, and moderate income households where it's needed most, that are needed most in our community. So we urge the city to present such a roadmap in the upcoming evaluation of inclusionary housing requirements, including the number of affordable units that can be leveraged from in lieu and buyout payments and from the updated commercial linkage fees. We continue to recommend adding a moderate income category to the inclusionary housing program, which we expect would have little impact on the feasibility of developments. Thanks very much for keeping sustainability front of mind, and you'll hear from others on that subject shortly.
Thank you, Bill. Welcome, Salama.
Salama Locks, Tara Linda. I just have a question on the use of the office building spaces, a cost-effective use. And I wanted to understand if demo means taking it to the studs, or does that mean removal of the building and starting from scratch? How is that cost-effective?
Thank you for your question. Hi, Howard.
Hi, Mayor Kate and council members. My name is Howard Schwartz. I'm a resident of San Rafael, and I'm representing Sustainable San Rafael tonight. In January, my grandson turned 1, and I was thinking about where he would be in 2040 when he's 16 years old. 2040 is the year of our general plan, and 10 years beyond our goal to get to 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in San Rafael. My wife and I were thinking, well, we should start investing in his college fund. And I was thinking of doing a little bit each year, but realized that if I front load the investment, it'll grow more rapidly. Magic of compound growth. That's why I'm telling you this. I'm so grateful that the city has taken the climate crisis really seriously in the 2040 plan and made significant progress to date. And now's the time to overinvest and to front load our efforts. I celebrate the adoption that you did of the REACH codes that limited gas use in new buildings. And I urge you to adopt the one for building rehabilitation too. This code appears compliant even with the recent court rulings. And I urge you to move forward with this code after legal review and also to support the county building electrification plan this spring. I'm proud of the city's recent ordering, congratulations, of 2 EV trucks and 2 EV police cars. Let's make noise about that. And I would love to see you go gangbusters on the EV acceleration strategy you adopted last year. Let's extend community outreach, find funding for the EVs and charging infrastructure in priority communities, and move our fleet to zero emissions. What we do today, now this year, has compound interest for years to come. I thank you, and let me know how I can help.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Kate, City Council members. I'm Miles Smith. I too am on the Sustainable San Rafael Board. Topically, I'm speaking about sea level rise. And I want to thank you for your leadership, the progress that's been made thus far. And I'm going to essentially piggyback right off of what we shared in the letter, but the funding and staff commitment to this process in the canal, along with the Southeast San Rafael Community Plan, NH 3.1A, and the Priority Development Area designation are significant steps towards preparing for this increasingly inevitable climate impact. We concur with the progress report's call for these 2 processes to be closely integrated along with other general plan programs involving affordable housing and waterfront design. And want to call out specifically the concept of inclusion of living levees that protect the shoreline and sequester CO2. So both kind of protecting the shoreline as well as CO2 mitigation. So we see this as sort of preparedness, resiliency, and mitigation at the same time. So thank you for your work and want to celebrate what you've done so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Hi, Amy.
Hello again, Amy Lykover. I chair the San Rafael Tree Group. Again, from sustainability, what we're looking for is increasing the tree canopy from the general plan. We encourage the city to complement the tree planting on public property noted in the staff report with other actions listed in this program, such as encouraging trees on private property and minimizing tree removal. We're heartened to see that the tree preservation will be considered when the update of the tree ordinance is finalized, something we're really looking forward to. After the completion of the tree inventory, which you know is being analyzed at this point in time, and it's scheduled for release next month. With these first steps in place, we urge the city to prioritize seeking state funding and a consultant team in 2024 to initiate the comprehensive tree master plan. Yes, and catch up with other communities, something that we must do. It's necessary for a thriving urban forest to beautify and to cool our neighborhoods and to draw down greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome, Aaron. Oh, you got your phone this time.
Yeah, the cat will not get my tongue this time. Yeah. Good evening. Aaron Burnett with Canal Alliance. I want to first start by saying I'm a big proponent of environmental justice. So I'd like to second a lot of what you just heard from Sustainable San Rafael. Regarding the housing element report, it was very encouraging to see that a lot of work has already begun on achieving the long-term goals of building our way out of part of this housing crisis. And I would like to just say, in addition to removing barriers to these developments, I think it would be also wise to make sure that a lot of the de facto affordable housing is not affected negatively by new development. And by de facto affordable housing, I mean, residents who are low or moderate income who have been living in their home for 10, 20 years, and by that fact, they're paying less than market rate. And so when new investors come in and substantially rehabilitate that building and force them out, they're unable to come back. So this is mostly regarding multifamily housing. So please keep an eye on that through this process. And then as far as a long-term holistic process of achieving renters protections, I'm sure the city is going to continue its commitment to resolving that. I just also hope that you continue to consider a short-term solution for our most vulnerable residents in the canal, and achieve some goal in the near future that will prevent a potential housing crisis in the next months, years, well before we can achieve this longer-term goal of achieving housing equity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Matt Butler, once again. Humans have been walking around on planet Earth for approximately 300,000 years. We're hunters, we're gatherers, we're farmers, and we're nest builders. Perfectly natural. That's what people do. California's housing problems are caused by a vindictive, classist, elitist government structure. Started over 100 years ago, and we are just at the cusp of maybe doing something about it. But it is not humanitarian considerations that got us into the mess we are in. So I encourage you to maybe double what the state minimums are as we move forward here, and really realize that things like objective standards that are somehow going to be classified as, what was the word we had? Enhanced objective standards, really probably got to go out the window. Design review boards are obsolete, ought to go the way of poll taxes and segregated bathrooms, and let people build some housing. Any housing, anywhere, for anyone. That ought to be your policy. I'm troubled by the phrase encampment resolution in your one of your bullet items there, and I'd like to know what encampment resolution entails. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Bless you. Anyone else like to provide? Yep. Welcome.
I don't know how to ask this question, so forgive me if it doesn't pan out. I had this notion earlier where if you included the units that are not included now as credits against the number of units you're required to make because of the housing element, would that have a future consequence? Because now you have more recognized units. Would the next cycle then say, oh, since you have this many units, you have to increase it by 10%, and therefore you added 1,000 units, you have 100 more there. You see what I'm getting at? Is the math going to work against you in the future is the question I'm trying to ask.
Thank you. Get to that. Any other comments? Not seeing any, I will close the public comment. We had a lot of input, but there were a few questions that came up. One was about adding a moderate income level. We could speak to that. The office conversion demo, what does that mean specifically? Third, encampment resolution. I can answer that one. That's actually the name of the grant that the state designated. It's called the Encampment Resolution Fund. We had nothing to do with it, but that's the name of it. So answered that one. And then the calculation of the RENA numbers. And when you succeed, how does that impact your future cycles?
Thank you for the questions. So I'll start with the moderate income units being included in our inclusionary policy. It actually is included in the current inclusionary policy for San Rafael. So for projects that have greater than 15 units, they're required to meet both a primary and a secondary requirement. And that secondary requirement can either be, it can be sort of there's a menu, so it could be 5% low income, or it could be 10% moderate income. And there's a couple of other options. I think one thing that we can look at is why are we not seeing anyone? I can't think of a project where they've selected the 10% moderate. They seem to select either the 5% low income or they're selecting to pay the in lieu fee and fee out. So thank you for raising that. And it is part of our policy, maybe underutilized, and we can look at why. The second question about office conversion and the cost effectiveness of demolition, I think it's a great question. I think it depends on the quality of the building, that what is the structure, what kind of condition it's in. I will say for 3301 Kerner, fantastic adaptive reuse project. The price tag, very expensive. And so in some cases, it may be more cost effective to demolish the building and start from scratch than to do an adaptive reuse. And I think it's a case by case basis. And then, I'm sorry, what was the last question?
The calculation of the RENA and how does that impact future cycles or the performance of the,
So the formula to calculate the RENA numbers and the RENA allocation is pretty complex. There's a lot of variables, and that's done by our regional Association of Bay Area Governments. As far as I know, I can't say, and I can look into it, the level to which if you hit your RENA numbers one cycle, if they'll reduce the next. I think a lot of it is based on how is our Bay Area housing supply doing? And so that will truly impact the numbers that come down. And hopefully if we see a lot more jurisdictions building, then across the board, we'll see that those needs come down and the numbers come down.
and just to confirm, the RENA cycle is 8 years, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I think those were our questions, and I'll turn to my colleagues for additional comments. And one thing I did want to mention that Miles had brought up about sea level rise, and I should have brought it up during my report out. So during the Bay Wave, when I'm your representative on Bay Wave, the Marin County is hiring a consultant that will be looking at sea level rise. We're doing a lot around sea level rise, and it was brought up and it's in our general plan. And I'm really proud of the grants that staff has been able to get. And it's county-wide sea level rise mitigation adaptation project. So just wanted you to know the county, I'm delighted, is bringing on a consultant that will look at the prioritizing of projects and in terms of how we prioritize going after different grants. I think San Rafael will be very competitive in that because of the inundation and our infrastructure and the folks that will be inundated first. So I just wanted to mention when you said that, and I had forgot to mention that during my TAM report or during my Bay Wave report, but wanted to give that up. Vice Mayor, some comments on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Thank you, staff, for presenting the report. I know it was a fraction of what was the entire staff report. So I know that the general plan update was there, and thank you for being very exhaustive and commenting on every single one of those programs. It was many. I will admit that I actually read every single one of them. So thank you for putting it out there. You know, housing overall, just taking a step back, this is just one of the major points in our community, every community in California, in the United States right now. And the ability to thrive, housing is a major element in our lives. So, you know, when I think about what is our future, what is our present, we need to make certain that we are providing ways and pathways toward housing. While RHNA calculations can be debated if they are the right formulation, what I can tell based on commute patterns into San Rafael, what I can tell when I hear constituents say, how are my children going to live here? I know that it's a great concern for our community. I do know that we need to find ways to build in our community to make room for folks today and in the future, for working families, for folks who can't afford where rents are going, where mortgages are going. So I appreciate staff's attention to where we are in this cycle. I also appreciate what's going to come as far as recommendations for a roadmap for what that future can look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Yeah, thank you for the update, and it's always really informative, and it's such a priority for us. So it does provide some real good direction and guidance. I mean, we're in the situation we have decades to correct. And if work was done over the last, 50 years, we'd say, we would not be where we are today if housing had been built right along. And so we're having to really focus and make up for big misses along the way for our community members to be able to live here. So appreciate all the proactive work that is happening so that we're in front of, because the state is going to tell us. If we're not really careful about what we're doing, the state is just going to tell us, and the way we're able to influence that right now has been really helpful. And I think it's going to help us continue to make progress in these numbers. It's, you know, every time we're doing this report, it's really curious to see where we're going. I think as we get to we entitle, but now get to the building permit, I think we have to learn what's driving that and what can we do potentially to help facilitate to make that happen. I get really concerned that we get really excited about projects and then don't see them. And we don't build, it's not necessarily but what can we do to help facilitate some of that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy.
Thank you very much for the very thorough report with the rigorous analysis. I recommend that we accept it.
Thank you. Councilmember Urans-Gulati.
Yeah, thank you so much for the report. I mean, it's like we need more housing, and I really appreciate the city looking into how we can develop new housing, but also how can we transform office spaces into housing, how can we do more ADUs, and especially how can we keep people housed. So the tenant protection measures definitely is something that, you know, is a priority for us, and so really appreciate the work that we are going to do, especially in District 1, in the Canal, in the Opportunity Zone, as we are seeing what's happening with gentrification. So, and then we know how hard it is to get people out of the streets into housing again. So thank you so much for your work. I wanted to give like a special kudos to the code enforcement department, because I know they've been so supportive from, you know, some of the residents that we had some issues. So really appreciate the department and the work that has been done. So thank you.
Thank you. Great report. And I know it's required by the state, but it's also our opportunity to really reflect on how we can keep doing well what we're doing well and improve where we're not. So Mel and Alexis, I know a ton of work went into this. It's very apparent. So thank you to you and the rest of the team for doing that. And I agree, I am ready to accept it. There are 3 actions here. So take turns, however you want to. Vice Mayor, why don't you go ahead and start with
Mayor Kate, if there is consensus amongst the city council, you can accept all reports.
That was just in case there was no consensus and you can vote.
I
Individually
move
on
that
each
we
one.
accept all three reports. So to
Second.
read them out loud? Okay.
Second.
Okay, moved, and I think actually Councilmember Bushy had the second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yedan Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. Great job. Okay, we are switching gears. We have stamina though. We're doing great up here. You can stand up for a moment if you need to stand up while we have a changing of the folks that are coming. I see the chief, Mr. Behringer, Officer Behringer coming down. We'll do a quick stand up. We're not leaving, don't worry. Okay. All right, we are delighted that we have an update from the Specialized Assistance for Everyone SAFE team. I was so excited to see this on our agenda this evening. So welcome, Chief.
We share in your excitement, Mayor Kate, members of the City Council. So this next item is just that. It's an update. As you'll recall, the council authorized the city manager last year, January of last year, to enter into an agreement with the North Bay nonprofit to provide public safety alternative response. That group has been identified as the Petaluma People Services Group, and the services they provide in the community is known as SAFE, Specialized Assistance for Everyone. I'm kind of slowly tap dancing while the clerk helps.
Keep it up. You can actually stand up. We will join you in that tap dance. Okay.
Shortly after that January meeting, the SAFE team was able to launch at the very end of March. So it's a pretty quick turnaround, and we're all super excited about the resource in the community. And with that, I'll turn it over to our project manager, Lieutenant Behringer.
Good evening. Mayor Kate, council members, vice mayor. I'm Todd Behringer. I'm the day shift lieutenant with the police department and the police liaison for the San Rafael SAFE team. I'm here to present to you this 2023 SAFE team annual report. I'd also like to introduce the SAFE team director, Aziz Majid. And Aziz is right here. Thank you, Aziz. Yeah, exactly. And the program manager, Shannon McCauley-Kohler. As the chief mentioned, you may remember throughout 2022, staff worked with a consultant from Crisis Consulting to research the feasibility of San Rafael having an alternative response team incorporated into the city's emergency response system. On January 17th, 2023, council approved the city manager to enter into a 3-year agreement, professional services agreement with Petaluma People Services to operate a Specialized Assistance for Everyone team, also known as the SAFE team. The SAFE team is responsible for responding to calls for service involving community members in crisis through trauma-informed de-escalation, conflict resolution, welfare checks, low-level medical aid, and substance abuse counseling. The community is able to access the SAFE team through 911 emergency, a dedicated telephone line, or through the San Rafael Police Department's non-emergency telephone number. The goal of the SAFE team is to address people in crisis, prevention, and intervention to our most vulnerable community members. The team is comprised of civilian crisis counselors and emergency medical technicians who operate 8 in the morning to 8 p.m., 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The SAFE team currently has 10 crisis counselors, an emergency medical technician, 1 part-time navigator, 1 part-time director, and 1 program manager. In November 2023, the SAFE team took delivery of the new Ford Transit van, as depicted here in the slide. Over the past 10 months, the SAFE team has responded to 2,693 calls for service. 50% of the calls for service involve public assists. Typically, these types of calls for service involve the unhoused community and can range from connecting someone to services, providing food, water, or clothing, harm reduction, assessing someone acting unusual, or for subjects blocking driveways or entrances. The second most common call type handled by the SAFE team are welfare checks. Welfare checks typically are initiated by community members, social workers such as Adult Protective Services, Child Protective Services, hospital staff, family members, or other parties requesting the SAFE team check on a member of the San Rafael community. The reason for the welfare checks Could be because the person has not heard from the community member for some time and they suffer from a medical, psychiatric, or physical condition, or the person misscheduled appointments, walked away from the hospital against medical advice following a crisis, trauma, or serious accident. Based on a review of the monthly calls for service, staff projects the SAFE team will handle approximately 3,200 calls for service since their inception. This represents approximately 7% of SRPD's calls for service. San Rafael PD Dispatch classifies all calls for service into 3 priority categories. Priority 1 equals in progress, potential life-threatening emergencies. Priority 2 is equal to serious crime or incident with potential for escalation or harm, such as a mental health crisis, suicidal subject with no weapons. And priority 3 incidents involve no suspect activity in progress, non-emergencies, or no likelihood for injury or cold crime reports. Since March 27th, 2023, when the SAFE team began handling calls for service, they have responded to priority 2 and priority 3 type of calls. They have responded within 22 minutes from the time the call is initiated to when the SAFE team is dispatched. Comparatively, all other calls for service where only police responded, the response time was 37 minutes for priority 2 and priority 3 type of calls. Even though they handle only 7% of the overall call volume, they're responding faster than if those calls were only handled by the police. Not to mention, the police love having the SAFE team. The implementation of the SAFE team was a contributing factor in the police department lowering our response time to priority 1 call types. Priority 1 response times went from 7 minutes in 2022 to 5 minutes in 2023. SAFE team freed up valuable resources to make officers available to respond to higher priority calls. Since the inception of the SAFE team, staff has spent a total of $591,000 on the SAFE team personnel expenses, vehicle purchase, upfitting, office space reorganization, and equipment. This is about 68% of the budget, and we are currently operating a little bit below budget. Staff has allocated state opioid funding, one-time funding from the county, American Rescue Plan funding, cannabis revenue, AB 109 realignment, and Marin County Major Crimes Task Force funding to cover the SAFE team expenses. The SAFE team has assisted community members with securing housing, alleviated public safety resources, making officers, paramedic, and firefighters available for other priority 1 details. They've also assisted community members become medication compliant, connected community members with psychiatric services, and assisted in de-escalating events. Currently, the SAFE team only operates 12 hours per day from 8 in the morning to 8 p.m. They are not available to people who may be in crisis for the other 12 hours. As a result, SRPD officers or the Marin County Mobile Crisis Unit are dispatched to handle these incidents. The SAFE team has saved a considerable amount of officers and paramedics' time through jail diversions, mental health evaluations, and emergency department deferrals. In 2024 and 2025, staff will be looking for additional funding strategies to continue operation. Staff will be exploring state and federal grants, community partnership, and other funding options for program sustainability. Staff will also evaluate the viability of expansion to 18-hour or 24-hour service. In 2022, Crisis Consulting projected an 18-hour staffing model would cost an estimated $915,000 per year. I'd like to turn it over to our SAFE team director, Aziz Majid, who is here to share some success stories from the past year.
Welcome, Aziz.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having me. So I picked out 3 stories that kind of defined and outlined some successes that the team has had in the past year here in San Rafael. Now, a successful outcome can range from something as small as giving someone a bottle of water on a hot day, all the way to comforting someone in time of need when they lose a loved one. Next slide, please. No slide. Okay, so off the top of my head, so the 3 client interactions that I picked out, the first one was an individual, a client, obviously got to keep it confidential, been here in San Rafael for a couple years. She has past trauma, she's struggling with substance use, and she's been houseless for 2 years. Now, sometimes with getting someone in shelter, there's a few different barriers. You know, one can be simply the shelter bedding itself, but also there's that layer of the actual client wanting to get help, accepting help, willing to get clean, go into recovery, and or, you know, getting past those exacerbated mental health symptoms that sometimes can prevent someone from accepting care or staying in a sheltered facility. So this client, our team was introduced to last summer, and we were going out with her consistently for about once or twice a week, consistently trying to build rapport with her, because that's a big part of our program, is building that rapport, breaking the ice. After about a month, we were able to, through continual check-ins with her and referring her to different additional services, we were able to get her long-term housing, which was amazing. But a lot of that was the team's ability to frequently check in on her, the time, because when we're on calls, sometimes we're with a client for 3 or 4 hours. We have that time to do that. So that was our first amazing story. Second one that I had put in the presentation was a gentleman that called in. This is more recent, this was a couple months ago. 81-year-old veteran that called in to the suicidal hotline that, he basically said he wants to end his life. He feels lonely. He has no one. The team shows up. Turns out he's also blind. And so the team spends 3 to 4 hours with him and, goes through coping skills, right? Safety plans with him, make sure he's safe, kind of doing a suicidal assessment to triage if this client needs to go to the CSU, if we need to involve PD, or if it's something that we can handle on our own. And what the team was able to do in that call was incredible. They were able to contact him with his daughters that he hasn't spoken to in several years. He had 2 daughters that the team on scene was able to talk to, reconnect him with. They called his IHSS worker. They connected him with APS, and they also connected him with additional outside counseling as well. At PPSC, we have a counseling department that serves the whole region. And a week after that, until today, the same gentleman calls in every week to thank the team for saving his life. Those exact words he used. He says he now has a relationship with his daughter again. He's no longer suicidal. He's actually in recovery now, and he also has assisted living. So it's another amazing story that came about. The third one took a lot more time and work and effort, but that's what we're here for. That's what we do. This was an individual that was definitely more on the acute range for mental health symptoms as well as suicidality. This is someone that would call into PD frequently, expressing suicidal ideation, and even on the team's first contact with her, she actually actively attempted to harm herself in front of the team. The team had to think quickly, call fire and PD out. Thankfully, she was transported to the hospital. Everything was okay. But shortly after release, her suicidal ideation continued and consistently. And she expressed to the team, while she appreciated everything that the team has done for her, she still wanted to take her life at the end of the year. So this is around October, November time. So as a team, we have team meetings every Wednesday. We talk about certain clients that need additional help. And this is a client that the team rallied around and made a point to contact in person and over the phone 2 to 3 times every week, go over coping skills with her, just give her time and space to be heard, let her vent. And also we're able to connect her with outside counseling through our agency as well. And it's still in our office. We have a card from her, and she thanks the team greatly. She's now doing great. She reconnected with her brother. She's working again. And we also got her into an outpatient mental health facility, which was amazing. And like I said, success comes in all shapes and sizes on our team. But these big ones really make a difference. They're really quantitative. And it always feels great when we hear it directly from the client. When we get those calls, we get those cards. It's what makes the job so amazing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Aziz. So, members of the council, as you recall, when we presented this last year, our goal was to partner with Petaluma People Services and meet our most vulnerable population where they are. And these stories that Aziz share, I think, kind of underscore and highlight, the capabilities of this team. Aziz and his team are incredibly capable. They're very compassionate, and they're fearless. I got to tell you, they go out and do a significant amount of outreach, and without hesitation, without any reservation, they put their arms around our most vulnerable population and serve them and support them in ways that they need. So we're incredibly happy to partner with them. And we believe that this program has been a huge success thus far. One quick area that I wanted to just underscore, one of the metrics that was going to be really important for us was diversions. Emergency room diversions, jail diversions, ambulance diversions to keep our fire services available and in service. In this first year, we've had over 355 diversions from hospitals and from jail. And I think that goes to the work that they do in providing services and continuing to support members of our community who need a little bit more TLC, a little bit more support. So with that, we'll turn it back to you if there's any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Aziz, for that. The report focuses on the data, which I know I will have questions about, but the narrative and the narrative in the stories is really important because every single one of these numbers is an individual. So thank you for sharing those stories to remind us of that again. We'll start with questions first. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think I will admittedly come into this meeting with some bias from a year ago when we approved and wanted this to be successful. And it's affirming to hear, at least by the data and by testimony, that it has had, I think, the desired impact. I am curious, Lieutenant Berenger, you inserted in your comments kind of jokingly, but we love the SAFE team, and I take that as part of your testimony. I'd love to hear maybe a little bit more beyond just the data, in terms of diversions. How well are the teams working together with Petaluma People Services Center? And I mean, what are some of the learnings early on, and how is it kind of smoothed out into what operations are like today?
Anecdotally, and I think the human-centered approach, Aziz talked about being able to spend 4 hours. There's no way I can allocate an officer to spend 4 hours with an individual to help them through crisis because the board just stacks with calls. I mentioned that we handled 44,000 calls for service last year. We just don't have the time to be able to focus on an individual when there's 10 other individuals just like them as the calls go on. So I think there was some trepidation early on as sergeants tried to navigate. That's normally a call that we would send an officer to. What do you mean you're going to send them to the person walking in the middle of the street and they're not armed? They don't have the ability. What are they going to do to defend themselves? So I think initially we need to send officers to those. And as we started becoming comfortable with the SAFE team and their capabilities, we realized that they're much stronger. They use this a lot more than anything else. And they use this, and that's what they use the most. Pointing to my heart.
He's pointing to his heart for those.
Pointing to his heart. And so I think it's just been remarkable for us when they're not there or they're unavailable or they're out of service for whatever reason, training or equipment issues, we feel the impact. And so I get fielded the questions, hey, when are they coming back? When are we going to expand, or what that's going to look like? Chief, anything else?
No, the only other comment would be how they have really become part of our organization. They routinely come to briefings. The officers of, share information. They share information with the officers. So that was one of the things that we were really concerned, is that we have a mechanism for them to share their information, and we could share information as it relates to trends or issues that are going on in the field. So just widely accepted and just great people.
Thank you. I also heard in the report about, the cost, wrote it down here. So I heard the value of, for 18 hours and for 915K, but I didn't hear 24 hours, and I didn't want to make up a story in my head around why not 24, and maybe you could hone in on why 18 might be a number we might be looking at.
24 is definitely a possibility. It just becomes more costly, and we see a significant decline in calls for service after the 1 a.m, the 2 a.m, to maybe 6, 7 a.m. So it's a possibility, and it's something that we're going to look into as far as what are the stats to support.
And so, I mean, maybe through the lens of if 18 feels like the right sized target, so to speak, given, I mean, obviously, it's not a trivial amount of funding, but it sounds like 18 hours a day, there's a 6-hour, we'll call it a lull based on calls for service in the middle of the night?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Yuran Scolari.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. Vice Mayor Hill kind of like had the same question that I had, around 18 hours versus 24. And I was wondering, from the 44,000 calls that you got a year, how many were happening in the evening, after the safe team was actually out. So I don't know if you have that number, like after 8 o'clock, from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. from the police department, how many calls you usually get?
Yeah, we actually originally had that number when we presented last year. I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head for 23, but the frequency does decrease significantly. In fact, when we came up with the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., it was based on our call for service data and the intensity of calls to ensure that we're deploying the safe resources at the most opportune time.
That's great. And do you have any information around, the Canal, the Latino community, and how the safe team works in that community? Is it being utilized, or do you see more service, like maybe downtown?
I think I'm going to ask Aziz if you don't mind, or Shannon, if you have that information with regards to usage in the canal. Maybe you could address also bilingual staff.
Yeah, I'll start with that and then I'll hand it off to Program Manager Shannon. So when we first started staffing the team last year, during interview process and everything, I made it a point to make sure every shift did have someone that was Spanish speaking bilingual. And I'm happy to say the whole past year, we've kept to that promise. Every single shift, we do have someone that does speak Spanish. For any extreme circumstance, like a call out and maybe someone doesn't speak Spanish, we have 2 other teams simultaneously on at the same time up in Petaluma and Rohnert Park, where we can reach a team member that does speak Spanish over the phone, just in case. Yeah.
And then, hi, thank you. I'm a lot shorter than Aziz. I will say, for our contacts with clients in this area, yes, we do have a lot of calls for service downtown. However, every shift that I've worked at least 3 calls for service, as we refer to them in the canal. The one time I was on where we didn't have a translator or someone that was bilingual with us, we had an amazing member of the community who was actually a medical translator who was walking out of the store. And she sat with us, and as I explained different kind of recovery options, different forms of detox to the subject that was intoxicated. And every time we go out there, we're just met with hellos and highs, and everyone just has rallied around us within the canal community. So it's been really nice.
Great.
If I could add one more thing to that too. When the team is not on a call, now we run different teams in different cities. Like I said, we have teams in Petaluma, Rohnert Park, Cotati, SSU. This is by far our busiest jurisdiction. The team's running, 10 plus calls a shift on average. And so when the team isn't on a call, they're doing active, proactive outreach constantly. So whether that's going through Mahone Path, handing out water, food, interacting with folks for services, or in the canal, the team does do foot patrols through the canal, interact with the community. And just doing that alone, a lot of people will approach us because, we're still fairly new. We have a lot of people that will just approach us with questions. What do you do? Who are you? And, we've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of folks in that community and a lot of the agencies in that community as well.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And it is a beautiful community. So, and thank you for being so creative around funding, because it would be amazing to have them for more hours. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. We love you. I mean, it's been great. I mean, I think when we started bringing you on, it was really a data and a dollars and cents conversation, and it's become so much more. And we know that now. Couple of questions. I mean, clearly we want to serve everybody, but in terms of the data that's collected, there's the numbers for the 0 to 24. And I'm wondering why we're not doing 0 to 18. And part of this is what's come up is as we have heard the schools have been using the SAFE team, which if somebody's in crisis, absolutely. I mean, we do need to support everybody, but we also recognize that, we brought you to serve the homeless community primarily. And so I'm trying to balance some of that out. And I don't know whether that data piece is there, and how much interaction you are having with the schools. I don't know whether it's good or bad, or it's just more of a data point and information. So there's that piece. Hold one sec. And then in terms of looking the data trend, I know we just have, and Lieutenant and I spoke a little bit about it earlier today. We just have 2 months right now that are showing, but it seems like it's going down. And I don't know if it's just it's a cyclical thing, if we're showing that there's more support services that are becoming available on the street, which that's good too. So I'm wondering if you have any insight to that.
Yeah, sure thing. So with the first question, the ages are defined in our stats as 0 to 24 for grant purposes. And a lot of grants in the state of California, they outline youth as 24 and under still. In terms of connecting at high schools, we have, and especially early on, I connected with all the high schools in the area and the counseling staffs because we're a resource for them as well. Now these schools do have great, amazing counseling staffs, but there's still those type of interactions where they have a student that comes in or maybe isn't coming in, maybe like a student that hasn't shown up for class in 2 or 3 weeks. Traditionally, maybe that'd be something an officer handles, but now that's a welfare check we can handle. Or our most common type at a high school is a suicidal student. Instead of having several officers come on campus, draw a lot of attention, possibly place that student on a hold, our team can come on a campus and assist the student and kind of triage what's going on. So yeah, I'd say the 0 to 24 age is the least, we have the least calls for service for that age demographic, but we always make ourselves known to the city that we're available for everyone. I do think some members of the community get the misconception that we're brought in strictly just for the houseless population. Our team, we look at ourselves as first responders, just like police and fire, and we can respond to anyone. I've had calls personally when I used to be on the van. I was in a tent, and then in the next call, I'm in a $2 million home. So we're really, we want to be a resource for everyone. Your second question was the decline in calls.
Just the last
couple months. Yeah.
just the last couple of months.
Yeah, so that's pretty common in our other jurisdictions too. That usually correlates with the weather patterns. Usually when it's really cold and a little bit more raining, the calls for service will drop a little bit because a little bit more people are inside, and that's less people that are just out that will call 911 over certain things. But I also think on a positive note, part of that is because our team's been around a year and we do go out to frequent callers often. And a lot of those individuals and clients were connecting to other services, or we are going, like I mentioned earlier, we go over coping mechanisms with them. So when a crisis arrives, they're out of meds, or maybe they're using, what are some things they can do to regulate themselves before it explodes into something where they're calling 911, family members calling 911, or a member of the public. So I think it's a little bit of the weather and our impact in the community.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy.
So delighted to hear that this program is a success. We have such high hopes, and I'm really pleased to hear the human connection. I think that the clients, and I love it that that's what you call them, are receiving better service, better targeted to what they need. My question is about what next? How are we going to build on the success? You're talking about expanding the hours. Is that the way to go, or should you expand the depth and have more people on from 8 to 8? So I guess my specific question is, are they taking all the call, or the 7% of the calls that they're taking, sort of the maximum that could possibly be diverted to this service, or are there more that we can that we can get? And then of course, that's going to lead to a dollars and cents calculation. Does this make sense from a financial perspective?
Yeah, I think the calls that come in that are initiated by members of the community, or somebody calls to the PD, or somebody flags down a member of the team. There are additional calls that they can handle. But as Aziz has captured, there's also a lot of self-initiated work that they can do, and they do. So they have the ability to walk an encampment. They have an ability to follow up with clients they've met with before and kind of check on their status. Is there anything that they need? So I believe, and this is a question I tend to ask or something I tend to direct, but I think there is more we can do. I think there's a lot more that we can do. But then you're going to ask me about dollars and cents. So
Well, we have to have a goal first, then we
Yeah.
can, then we can go look for the money.
So I think the best, our best strategy and our next, as we start to explore additional funding opportunities to expand this team, our responsibility is to really mine the data and take a look at when the calls are coming in, when the activity is taking place. And if there is an intensity of time during the day, like maybe between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. where it's the peak, then maybe that 18-hour overlaps a little earlier in the day and a little late in the day, but we've got more resources. Or, maybe the data will suggest that, we can have a second team that works during the evening hours, and that would be a resource as well. But we really have to mine that data and ensure that we're making a responsible decision from that perspective.
Right, because we want to maximize
Absolutely.
this number. So, great, thank you.
Thank you. Just had a few follow-up questions. So Lieutenant Behringer has received many emails from me regarding the insurance reimbursement. When I read in the Marin IJ that the exact same program, okay, very similar, that the county has, gets fully reimbursed through the insurance companies, and we are not getting reimbursed at all, it frosts me. So my question to you is, what can I do? What can we do so we get the medical reimbursement, so we get additional funding for everything that we're talking about?
I might be talking a little bit out of turn only because at least the director of PPSC, do you know the answer to this question?
And you always say, we'll get back to you if we.
Let me get back to you
Okay.
because
Okay.
there was some recent movement on that.
Okay.
And I think they're piloting a program in Sonoma County, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
Well, whatever we can do to, no, it's okay. And it's putting that out there because the service is, the numbers speak for themselves, and the county has a similar one in the fact that we can't access the same funds. So we are here to help. Call on any of us. We will help have that. So I'm going to keep asking that till we get the yes to get.
Can I just add,
Please, yeah.
in addition to the pending response, there is, continuing to invest in our relationship with Marin County Behavioral Health, I think is a good strategy as well. There are clients that overlap with those that we serve and those that they serve. And I think there is an insurance reimbursable opportunity there as well. Our eyes are wide open, and we're eager to find out what those additional potential revenue sources are as well, or recovery sources are.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're here to assist in that. In all this data, when you're talking about mining the data, first of all, I was really impressed the amount of data. Sometimes it's hard to capture it when you're working with a nonprofit or working with the clients that are on the street. And I'm just really impressed that you've been able to capture this. It surprised me on the transport data because I figured whenever I'd heard the word transport, it was to medical related facilities. And again, this is more, I'm super curious, like it almost seemed like it was like an Uber service to the gym, to the laundromat, to the pet place. And I'm truly curious if you could speak to the transport numbers. Is it just anyone calls you to go anywhere and you'll drive them, or just enlighten me? Because I was surprised by that.
So in our data, someone transported is defined as the client that we went out with. So if we transport a client, we can only transport to a staffed location.
Okay.
So how we define a staff location it's an umbrella term, but it can include, so like the gym wouldn't count. So our most common transport destinations, which I think are included in reports, are like the county CSU.
Mm-hmm. That's with,
Detox centers are one, shelters, the library sometimes. It can also be even a NA or AA meeting.
Okay.
But you know how those calls come through usually through dispatch, usually is a client or sometimes a client that can't get to a doctor's appointment or a clinic. And so we're able to provide those transports in the area as long as we're not going to be out of service for too long.
And I appreciate that. And you hit on what I was going with is if you're out driving someone to someplace and you're out of area, then if someone has a moment.
Yeah.
And so again, we're always refining this. It's like, wow, would it have made sense to, I don't know, an Uber take them? But it's just really enabling you to do the work that you're doing here. Okay.
Yeah.
But it seems like you've figured out the balance of it in the other jurisdictions, and it seems.
Oh, definitely. And we'll have clients that will try to take advantage of us sometimes, and we'll call in dispatch, request rides home or to certain places, and the team, they're trained on to how to kind of curb that. And, you know, especially with to the medical appointments, we'll provide, if it's, you know, specific circumstance, we don't have pending calls, this client really has no way to get there. Maybe this is a client we've been working with for a little bit. Was there something you wanted to add to that? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Just briefly, I do want to say, sorry, I have a little bit of frog in my throat. There are some circumstances where it's an extreme circumstance where someone does need to go home, where it's not a staff service. In those situations, when they arise maybe once every, 6 months, 4 months or something, one, they will usually have an officer go with them to make sure it's a safe location. These are extreme events where it's like we're out with a client that has dementia and has walked away from home and they have like their license with them and we can't get a hold of a family member. And in almost every one of these situations, either myself or Aziz is contacted prior. So they are always double checking with us before they make a transport to a non-staff service. And it's very rare that it does happen.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And when you're talking about, when Aziz was talking about going to medical appointments, again, I'm always coming back to the dollar and cents. If people can't make their appointments, maybe there's a conversation there for us to have with, and I can see them. We're in health and wellness. We're in general hospital, Novato Community Hospital. If we're doing that transport, the hospitals, and they're providing the service, maybe there's a funding mechanism there because we are on the same team helping this individual.
And that's exactly where the ER diversions come in and ambulance diversions. And up in Sonoma County, we were able to leverage those numbers to get funding up in for our Sonoma County teams from Providence and Kaiser. So one example, when I was personally training folks on the team last year, there was a call that came out. This is like a perfect example of an ER diversion. It was a gentleman that was a little bit intoxicated behind Rite Aid. No family, no friends, you know, because usually we can try to see if there's, you know, can they call an Uber home? Can we have friends or family come help them out? This is a gentleman that's houseless, a little drunk, but he's being asked to move. If we didn't get called out, it would have been fire, right? Because anyone that's usually intoxicated usually ends up in the hospital. It's not so much jail anymore. So right there, that we're saving an ambulance just in that call going out to that individual. And then we were able to divert that client from the hospital because we were able to spend additional time with him, give him some food and some water to you know, help sober him up a little bit, and then also transport him. We have access to Helen Vine as well, the detox center in Terra Linda, and we have access to their shorter term sobering beds, which is very helpful, and that also in turn saves hospital beds because, you know, 9 out of 10 times, someone that's intoxicated doesn't need to be taking up a hospital bed. Obviously, there are medical emergencies in certain situations, but generally the calls that we handle is someone that usually needs to sober up. So those are some examples of diverting from ambulances, diverting from hospitals.
Yeah. And I like using that data to how we can have our community partners like hospitals help fund that. Okay, 2 more questions and we'll open up to the public. I was surprised, and Councilmember Kurtz talked about this too, surprised at the number of housed folks. And I agree that we're showing up for the people in crisis in our community. My question though is, do you think that there are other county or other programs that could also be responding to those calls or in addition to us? Because you guys are brand new here, right? You're brand new. So there have been people that have been housed in crisis for many, many years. I'm wondering, who are they calling? Is there other systems there that might be more robust?
Yeah, so I think, are you talking about specifically with housed or with housed? Yeah, so some of our calls, they come in directly from clients that either know about us or have interacted with us, or they come about just someone that's calling 911 needs assistance. Obviously, we're the only team that can be dispatched besides PD. But we also get a lot of calls from those clients that already have those systems in place. So we'll get called from the APS worker, or the CPS worker, or the school counselor. So some of these clients, they do have those support systems in place, but it's just when crisis arise, people call 911. And here in the city of San Rafael, thankfully we're here. And so instead of a police response, we're able to respond. In terms of like the house call specifically, it really depends. I'd like to say everyone has issues. It's just people that are housed have them behind closed doors. So I know it's about 60% houseless to 40% housed, I think, around for, what we're serving right now. But I couldn't think off the top of my head of any additional service that needs to be in place to mitigate those type of calls.
Interesting. Well, and that might be part of the conversation with behavioral health around that. What San Rafael is doing here with the SAFE program, we're the only jurisdiction in Marin County, and we did do at the entrance, literally was from what we were seeing on our streets from people in crisis and all the reasons that we've talked about. So, okay. So I appreciate that. That insight is really helpful. And then the last question, I know it had been talked about, you talked about schools, but a type of outreach of going to Davidson Middle School, for example, and being there during recess so kids can come up and ask questions. The school has been really great with the issues that have been going on nearby. And I am wondering if you've done that type of outreach and if you'd be willing to do it. And it doesn't have to be like a presentation in the auditorium. You guys are hanging out and people come ask you questions, or the students. I'm curious what your thoughts are about that.
Yeah, 100%. So I actually met with not only the high schools in the area, Dominican and Davidson Middle School. I got to meet with their teaching staff, their counseling staff, present on the team. I was also given a few opportunities to perform de-escalation presentations for those teams. And then what we're trying to do in the upcoming semesters, which is what we've been doing in Petaluma the past couple of years, is getting into the freshman human interaction classes and actually presenting on the team and also coping mechanisms and trauma, substance use, and all these things. So that's kind of our next gear. But yeah, and then there was also a period with Mahone Path a couple months back where the team was actively at Davidson and in that area during their before school and after school hours.
Well, fantastic. Fantastic. I don't have any other questions, but let's hear from the public and then we'll close with comments. So thank you so much. I will open it up to the public to comment on this agenda item. Hi, Salama. Go ahead.
Salama, to say one word: excellence, period. And then I wanted to ask a couple of questions because I regret that I didn't read the report, but I do thank you for the presentation. I wanted to know how many, on your given shift, what's the number of the team? How many team members?
Well, go ahead and ask all your questions and then we'll stack them all up and then they'll answer.
How many? Yeah, okay, right. How many members? Yeah, I already said that. And the other one was, how can we all help in the community to get them more money? Because they need to be documenting the overlap of services. They need to be compensated, so we need to work on that. And there was a third one, but I don't think it's as important as saying again, excellence. And I was in support, Chief Spiller, I was in support of this idea when you brought it forth at the very beginning, and I still support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Salama. Hi, welcome.
Shinji Sakayagi again. Councilmember Kurtz and Supervisors Sake, they informed our community yesterday about this great program here. I didn't know anything about this, and sociology background, all this kind of stuff. And I don't even know about this. So I'm just curious about marketing. I do ride the bus. I've never seen, well, no, actually there might be some advertising at the transit center that I've seen. But for someone like me who tries to look out for my community, my neighbors, it's something that I just want to ask about marketing. And I feel like I have a neighbor of mine where the police have been called several times, and it just probably wasn't the appropriate situation. So I'll definitely spread the word to them. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you. Good question, good comment. Hi, Al.
Albateri, Gersel Park. Excuse me. Process question. are all the calls that are being serviced going through the police dispatch unit, picking up calls on their own and running with them from there? That's my only question.
Thank you. We'll stack up all these questions. Anybody else? Not seeing anyone else, I will close the public comment. So excellence, that was an input, not question, but we love that. But the number of people on a shift, how we can help get more money. We always like that. The safe marketing, I think that's a great comment. And that might be for city staff about how to get the word out and then the process of the calls.
Yeah, the first question was, yeah, so.
The number of people on a team in a shift.
So each shift is always going to be 2 members. Anytime you see 3, it's because someone is training or being trained. So maybe I'll get on the van for a little bit, or, Shannon will get on the van for a little bit. And what was the second question?
Well, how to help get more money, which it's an ongoing theme. We'll just go to the next one.
My question was, are you only Monday through Friday? That was the other question.
Yeah, so we're 7 days a week.
Yeah, 7 days.
365, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So then why don't you answer the process, how you receive the calls, and then we can talk to staff about getting the word out.
Yeah, so reflected in the report, majority of our calls come in through dispatch. So that's any member of the public calling 911 or the safe line. San Rafael PD's dispatch picks up and then directly dispatches us on our radio. And then there are some calls reflecting the report. There's self-initiated, so those are our community outreach, or we go out, we see someone in need, we approach, and there's also those flag downs. So that's usually a client or a member of the public that knows us and will flag us down while we're driving around or walking around.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can people text you or only call you? I'm just curious.
Self-attention. Sorry, what was the
Can
question?
people text you or only call?
So most of our calls we handle in person, but we do handle some calls over the phone. They can't text because, we've had some issues in the past with clients having our number, calling constantly.
I was actually thinking more about the community if they see someone in crisis and they text.
Next Gen 911 does allow texting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think the last question is just how we continue to get the word out. So are the community knows, and I know that Director Hinkle, I know, has heard that from businesses, that they're like, we didn't even know about this. So
we have a whole bunch of ideas and we look forward to partnering with Petaluma People Services on it. Social media outreach, there's we are all over the place, and I think there's an opportunity for us to do a more effective job at marketing this resource for the community.
and we're your allies in that. When we go out and talk to the community, we bring it up. I mean, I know we all bring it up every single time because we're really proud of this program and we're really proud of the work that we're doing. It's a manifestation of our community values, really. Okay, let's just have some closing comments. Vice Mayor Hill.
Yeah, well, thank you, Chief Spiller, Lieutenant Behringer, Aziz, and Shannon for coming tonight and presenting. There's the staff report and then there's the testimony that you provided today. I don't think that I could have received it without your presentation and testimony tonight. This was really amazing. Just based on what I've heard, this has exceeded expectations of this council member. I think I'd always had a belief from the idea as initially presented that the blend of Petaluma People Services Center and SRPD could be an amazing combination. It sounds like that it has worked in that direction. It sounds like directionally we're looking toward how we can expand. I appreciated Councilmember Bushy's prompt of, is it just an extension of hours? Is it a depth of team, a combination of both, or something else? So I appreciate maybe as a next step, what does the data lead us toward? I'm just proud that when we examine how we engage our community, that we're open to where we're looking toward creative solutions, towards moving from, what initially would be a traditional first responder environment to something that is much more about, as said before, a trauma-informed team that can go out. So I appreciate that this is where we are today and look forward to what's next. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy, your comments.
I concur with my colleagues on the opinions and comments, and I recommend that we accept the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Yuran Scolati.
I also echo the sentiment. I have to recognize the police department for having a great exposure on social media. I'm a big follower, so I think bringing the SAFE will be great. And just a thought about workforce development as you're thinking about the SAFE team, bilingual people maybe within San Rafael and high school, and within the community, we can find some good recruits. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Yes, thank you. Huge fan. Huge fan that I waved and they pulled over and asked if I was okay. I was okay. Just waving to say hi. Very attentive. So I serve also on the Homeless Policy Steering Committee, and there is recognition around all the service providers, the work that you're doing. It's not just recognized by the San Rafael Police Department and by us. You're really serving the broader community and really helping everybody. So thank you for the work you're doing and really leading with the heart. Who else can dedicate that amount of time right now in working with a client? And it does take that with this population and others. And if you're in crisis, you can't go in and run back out. It's a lot of time. And I got to say, it's one of the phone numbers I share the most. 415-458-SAFE, right? 7233. And because it does go through dispatch, and I just call dispatch and I say, it's Rachel, and I report. So they sort of know. But I think it's such a service. So thank you.
Thank you. Aziz, thank you to you and your team. As I said, this is a manifestation of what is important to our community, and that is helping both the houseless and the housed get mental health support that we know is a situation throughout the United States. And I do want to remark that if it wasn't for the American Rescue dollars that really helped kick this off, not that we needed and to have a pandemic in order to do this, but that is a silver lining. Those ARPA dollars were unique, and it enabled us to think strategically and be flexible and not just rely on the county for something that our community desperately needed. So I'm really proud of the city, top to bottom, really proud. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, Chief, for seeing the benefit of this and making it happen. And the fact that we're the only ones in Marin has it, which is, now that I say that out loud, I say it proudly. And actually, I shouldn't be proud about that. There should be 10 more of these. So I'm going to reframe how I say that. And we're going to have more of them in Marin County. So this is an action item. I think Councilmember Bushy, you'd already jumped on in there.
Yeah, I move to accept the report.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yuran Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you for doing such incredible work. We will see you out there, but now we know not to wave. Thanks to what Councilmember Kurtz said. Good. Thank you. All right, switching gears. This is such a great meeting. We're all aspects of local government this evening. So we have fiscal year 2023-24 mid-year budget update and personnel changes. Thank you, Director Narazio, for your patience. We are all ears.
Thank you, Mayor Kate, members of the council. Hard to follow that presentation. Great work. Yeah, this is your mid-year budget update. It largely informational, provides revenue and expenditure results through the first half of the fiscal year. Also will help us as we're beginning our work in the development of next year's budget in terms of tracking status to date and trends. We have put some more information in this report than I think the council has seen before, but we'll hope to continue to build on it. I was just gonna, in the interest of time, really just hit the highlights of the report and the action item included. In addition to providing budget to actual through the first half of the year for all funds and the general fund, we also took our first cut at projections through the remainder of the year, and those are summarized starting on page 2, page 3 of the report. I'd say the positive news in that regard is that our revenues, particularly general fund revenues, are tracking a tad ahead of budget, and we're anticipating, if current trends continue, that we will end the year with just under $3 million favorable general fund revenues, which is about 3%. We have a $100 million budget, so hopefully that will also extend into our ability to bump up some of the revenue projections going forward. We do note in the report that the two main areas are property tax and interest earnings, as we're taking advantage of interest environment. We have some kind of mixed results in some of the other revenue categories that sort of offset. But I did want to note, because of some of the work that the city has done in the Community Economic Development Department, that our hotel tax revenues are outpacing projections, and we hope to see that to be a continued growth area on the revenues. On the expenditure side, it's I guess a little bit of a mixed bag, just like we had it at last year end, because we are projecting about $6 million in quote unquote budgetary savings in terms of actual expenditures. And as we note again, the vast majority of that, about $5 million, is directly attributable to vacancies that we currently have throughout the city. I think at least two pay periods ago, we were reporting about 55 vacancies, which is about 13% of the entire staffing. And so what that does is it means that the vast majority of that savings is effectively one-time savings, not something that we'd be building in to the future budgets. We're not asking the council for any action this evening, but the report, we highlight some of the areas where either at year end or through the budget process for 24-25, particularly for priority one-time needs. This provides a modicum of budget flexibility to address, and we've listed here there are one-time costs associated with some of the labor agreements that, as the council knows, we're currently in the process of bargaining. And then you've seen these before, capital improvement in our infrastructure, deferred maintenance, liability on self-insurance, and some of the other priority projects. We just listed one last week. The council last meeting, council approved the new ERP, and we're looking at the resources required to implement those. So we'll be focusing on where we may be recommending, also with council feedback, allocation of those one-time funds going forward. The other part of the report, there is a resolution having to do directly with mid-year personnel changes, and really the action there is limited to adding basically two updated job classifications into the salary schedules that the council approved with this year's budget, with the filling of the community development director vacancy and the merger of the community economic development department. We have the director of community economic development classification and an assistant director that now has just been retitled to reflect that. And we do need council action to put those into the salary schedule. So with that, I think I'll just end there, and happy to answer any questions. And I do want to note Sean Playton of our staff, who also sat here with me this evening, who had a big hand in not only putting this report together, but helping us do the analysis of our budget update. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know it's difficult when it gets near the end of the evening, but I can assure you that we've all read the report. And what I always appreciate is this complex stuff. And you put it in terms, I'll just speak for me, that I get what you're talking about and I get the trade-offs. And so thank you to both you, Director, and Sean, for the presentation, and really more importantly for the report and the robustness of it. And I will turn to my colleagues for questions. Vice Mayor Hill, questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kate. And thank you, Director, for the report in its entirety. I thought it was, I concur with Mayor Kate's assessment that I could read it and succinctly understand what it was saying. So I appreciated you translating it into language that I could understand. Question about even just the cadence of the you coming to council at the frequency that you're planning to. I know the answer to this, but I think it's good to surface it because I sit on the finance committee subcommittee. I get the sense that our cadences are going to increase in terms of our meeting with you at a quarterly cadence. Can you expand on that just for the sake of public understanding it?
Yeah, I think that's still a little bit to be determined. I think especially with the, Finance Committee coming back into certainly at the Finance Committee, and if it's the appetite of the council bringing it forward. So as frequently as the council wants, but quarterly is sort of one option. And again, it's really just informational, but then when you get into mid-year, you start looking at the projections and then it rolls right into the budget process. My view is that the budget is an ongoing conversation, and it's not so much the number of check-ins, but it's the check-ins at the right time. And so we're in the process of working through that.
Thank you. No, I appreciate this update at this time. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilmember Kurtz?
No questions. Just appreciate it's a good report where we are mid-year, and hopefully we continue to track that way.
Thank you. Questions? No? Councilmember Bush, your question?
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this. The $3 million that were up in revenues, awesome, right? The $6 million or $5 or $6 million that were down in expenses, very bad, because we didn't want to save that money. We wanted it spent on the 13% of people that aren't here.
That's fair.
Okay, so that's where we are, and we're doing everything in our power to turn those around.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think you're right. It is a conversation, and it really helps me understand, because this is like literally the bottom line. It helps us understand where the issues are when they're emerging, and to see how this translates. So I like your cadence idea, and I recommend that we accept the report and adopt the resolution.
Okay, we're not there quite yet. We're not there quite yet. I know you're ready. I just have a very quick question, and in the, you're talking about how the revenues appear to be lagging budget estimates, and one of your bullet points is around development fees are tracking below the budget at a big number, 42%, but are expected to pick up the second half of the fiscal year. And I just wanted to ask a question about that, because development fees, we know that whole landscape around the interest and everything else, if developers are going to be delaying, they might not be delaying just to the end of the year, the fiscal year, they might be delaying a year. I mean, I don't know if we capture that or reflect that, but when I saw that, I'm like, I would like that to come in, but I actually am not that optimistic.
Yeah, I think the two kind of anecdotal comments I'll make
Yeah.
on that is it's not uncommon for there to be some sort of cyclical nature to the revenue. So just because you're at X% at mid-year doesn't mean that so I think just looking at some of the history, we were looking at when those revenues came in and suggesting that we may be seeing some more in the second half. The other part of it, frankly, is especially with our new staff here and in the department, not sure where the budget numbers kind of derived from originally. So sometimes those numbers tend to kind of be carried over from budget to budget.
Got it.
And I think part of it is performance relative to budget, and then sort of what went into the budget estimate, in the first place. So we're looking at that holistically going forward.
No, that makes sense. And this cycle, and I agree with the cyclical, but it might not be a fiscal year cycle. That's all. And so it might not be captured till the following fiscal year. Okay. Appreciate that additional information. We will open up to the public to comment on this item. Any members of the public like to comment on the update? Not seeing any. I will close the public comment and bring it back. I know Councilmember Bushy is excited to make a motion. Before she does that, I do want to offer the appreciation, and I loved what you said about how the budget is a conversation and not a one-time thing. I think that is a mentality that the five of us here will absolutely continue to embrace. So thank you for framing it that way. Councilmember Bushy, go ahead. And Madam City Clerk,
You can do one motion if there's consensus with accept report and adopt the resolution with the resolution title.
Okay, I move that can I just say accept the resolution? And I move that we accept the resolution and adopt the resolution authorizing amendment to salary schedules.
And I'll second.
Accept the report and adopt the resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry, accept the report.
We need bigger fonts on this
All
piece
right,
of
accept
paper.
the fiscal year 2023-24 mid-year budget update, presenting revenue and expenditure results for the second quarter of the current fiscal year through the accounting period ended December 31st, 2023.
And a second.
And adopt the resolution.
And adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Okay. Is there,
Is that sufficient?
that is sufficient.
Okay, and we have a second.
And I'll second for the third time.
Roll call,
Thank you.
please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yidan Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. And the last item on our agenda, we have open time for public expression. Tonight is a epitome of having a lot of work that we need to do. And so we have the open time at the end of our meeting, and I see Salama is here. The floor is yours. Maybe pull down the microphone just because it's at your head. Your like forehead. There you go. Okay.
20 minutes after 10. Noted. Salama Locks, San Rafael appointee to the Marin County Commission on Aging. I have two announcements to make. The first being that our educational offering and our general meeting of the commission will be Monday, March 11th from 1:30 to 2:30. We have a new location, which is at 1600 Los Gamos, Suite 345, which is the Marin Wildfire Protection Authority. And that's for easy reference. It's between Kaiser and the Y. Okay. And the topic is how a county resolution and a collaborative action plan aim to address racial health disparities. And so it's a hybrid meeting. And this is just an overview of the county, our counties, recognizing racism as a public health crisis, the resolution that was done in May of 24th of 2023. And so we have Jamila Jordan, who is the County of Marin Equity Director, along with others from Marin County Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health Board, and Community Action Marin, and will be moderated by Lisa Brinkman, who is the new director of Aging Action Initiative. So I wanted to share that. And the second, so that's Monday, this next Monday. And the second thing I wanted to share is that we will be having our second, on March 17th, which is a Sunday, it's free, in Terra Linda, at our high school in Terra Linda, the second annual powwow. And I appreciate, Mayor Kate, that you began the meeting with acknowledgement of the land, and it kind of went throughout our presentations today. And so I just wanted to, oh, wow. Just trying to get some sound. So be there.
And where can people find out information on that if they want to attend?
About the powwow?
Yes.
I just happened to go online and said Marin powwow.
Okay.
And then got the information there. But the fact that it's going to be in Terra Linda, I think is so great. So
Thank
anyway,
you.
that's what I wanted to share. Thank you so much. It's now my bedtime.
Yes,
okay?
yours and my both. Not yet. We're still ready. Come on down.
Shinji Sakayagi. I live over by McGinnis Golf Course. I just want to speak about, so this is my first time coming to a meeting, and I want to rewind us all the way back to the beginning when you all were talking about what you were doing, what sounded like during non-business hours. And that's very inspiring. So I just want to let you know, and all these thoughtful people who are here and were here before, this is my first meeting and not the last. I was going to talk about biking, but I could do that at that other meeting. I want to take your idea, Councilmember Yorins Gulati, about the shuttle that you suggested and you were pushing. The shuttle bus that would go from the transit center to the ferry. Okay, so as a commuter, from a commuter perspective, smart versus the bus, I would take the bus because it's cheaper and it's faster. How can we make smart faster? I like your idea of the shuttle bus. We have the 229 bus, if you're familiar with, that runs from the San Rafael Transit Center. The next stop is the ferry. which is out on the main road. And then coming back, of course, it's the ferry terminal, and it goes straight to the San Rafael Transit Center after turning around. So I think the 229 could be a good idea for this. Obviously, the scheduling would need to change. The other thing is that we had the ferry feeder buses before, right? We had the ferry feeder. It would come from Fairfax. It would come from San Rafael and Novato bus pads coming down the freeway. That lasted maybe 2 sessions, I think, or 6 months or so, or maybe it lasted longer. Oh, years and decades. Okay, so maybe I haven't ridden the bus as long as some other folks, but from my experience, it was there for a certain period of time, and unfortunately, we lost it at some point. So that's just something to consider if we push that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. We're glad to have you. We'll see you at future meetings. So with that, we do not have anything in the San Rafael Successor Agency. This meeting's adjourned.